Chapter 1671. Looking at the exploding dragon spear, Manshaw and the rest were all stunned. They had followed Zi Chen for quite some time, so they knew that the lightning dragon's origin was the spear. Now that the spear had shattered, it meant that the lightning dragon no longer had a body and had completely become a spirit. Without the restrictions of the spear, the dragon soul was completely free. But at the same time, the dragon soul that had completely become a spirit would die if it was heavily injured. It would not be like before, where it was only heavily injured and in a deep sleep. How could this be? Manshaw looked at Zi Chen in confusion. Obviously, Zi Chen did not stop this situation. Adding on to the fact that Zi Chen did not look surprised at all, he should have known about it long ago. This is the lightning dragon's own choice. Zi Chen said solemnly, staring at the black dragon that was still rolling in the sky. Zi Chen was very clear about the lightning dragon's situation. Back then, when Zi Chen obtained it, he simply thought that it was a lightning soul crystal. But after meeting the lightning soul, he knew that it was not the case. He was a real dragon soul, and was once a real lightning dragon. He had his own pride. When he was refined into a weapon, he was forced to do so. After all these years of recuperation, although he could already transform into a dragon's body, it was still a dragon image with a spear as its main body, and not a real dragon's body. The prideful him naturally did not want to continue like this. He was a dragon, a lightning dragon that soared in the sky, a lightning dragon that was inextricably linked to the lightning divine palace. He was once extraordinary, so he was naturally unwilling to be mediocre now. All these years, he had been constantly devouring huge dragons, accumulating huge dragon's essence, all for the sake of transforming into a dragon. All these years, he was able to continuously devour huge dragon's essence, not because the dragon spear was very strong. On the contrary, the dragon spear's quality was not high. The reason why he was able to continuously level up was all because of the dragon soul. All these years of accumulation, all for the sake of transforming into a dragon today. Once he succeeded, he would be a lightning dragon, a true sovereign of the dragon race. Once he failed, he would completely perish, vanishing like smoke, no longer existing in this world. Because he was a lightning dragon, he was unwilling to be mediocre, even if he died. Zi Chen could understand the lightning dragon very well, so he did not stop him, even if he was very worried. Roar! The terrifying roar continued to resound in the sky as the black dragon continued to roll. Its body flashed with black light at times and flashed with the light of thunder at other times. At this moment, the two dragon souls were fighting fiercely. Manshaw and the others stood below, feeling very worried. However, at this moment, they were unable to help. The only thing they could do was to believe that the dragon soul would be able to transform into a dragon today. The group of tribal warriors were also filled with nervousness and anticipation. They also hoped that the dragon soul could successfully transform into a dragon. The world that had previously covered the sky was now completely cloudless, and there was not a single trace of a dragon to be seen. Only in the direction of the dragon tomb could one hear one or two dragon roars from time to time. The two dragons fought, and the 10,000 dragons retreated. Who? The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a stream of dragon flame that burned the entire sky. At the same time, the flames spread downward, setting the forests ablaze and melting the mountains. However, both sides were attacking at the soul level. This kind of material attack was completely useless. The furious roar of the dragon gradually turned painful. Silver light continuously shot out from the surface of the black dragon's body. The silver light was very dim at first, flickering a few times from time to time. However, as the giant dragon let out a painful roar, the silver light gradually brightened. The painful roar of the dragon turned into despair and weakness. Boundless silver light shone from the black dragon's body, illuminating the entire horizon. At the same time, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the world. Hearing this dragon roar, Zi Chen's face showed a hint of joy, and the worry in his heart dissipated. Good job. Manshaw clenched his fist toward the black dragon that was shining with silver light in the sky. The other warriors began to cheer loudly. The silver light shone brightly like a shining silver sun. The dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Boundless lightning surged, and the power of thunder spread in all directions. When everyone gradually adapted to the lightning and opened their eyes to look at the sky, the black dragon had disappeared. In its place was an eastern thunder dragon. The dragon's might emitted from its body made the hearts of the warriors tremble. One by one, they involuntarily knelt down. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the dragon god. As for the black dragon from before, it had already disappeared into nothingness. The dragon soul spear shattered. Zichen's weapon was useless, but his connection with the dragon soul was still there. At this moment, the thunder dragon that had a physical body swooped down. Its huge dragon head came in front of Zichen, and its eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. "Many thanks, Master," the thunder dragon said gratefully. This time, it spoke directly instead of transmitting its voice. Zichen looked at the thunder dragon with a gratified expression. "You have successfully transformed into a dragon. There is no need to call me Master. You can just call me by my name." The thunder dragon shook its head and insisted, "Without Master, there would be no thunder dragon today. I will never forget Master's kindness." Not bothering about how to address him, Zichen asked, "You have successfully transformed into a dragon. How do you feel?" The thunder dragon shook its head and said excitedly, "I feel very good." Another high-pitched dragon roar resounded. This time, the dragon roar was even longer. The roar traveled toward the direction of the dragon tomb. One after another, giant dragons flew out from the dragon tomb. In the blink of an eye, they covered the sky and flew toward them. Looking at the nearly 1,000 giant dragons, everyone's face became solemn. When the nearly 1,000 giant dragons flew closer, the thunder dragon let out another dragon roar. At the same time, a lightning ripple rushed out from its body. The lightning ripple spread toward the giant dragons. The giant dragons' speed was greatly reduced. As the lightning ripple passed through their bodies, a giant dragon's body exploded. Bang! 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 Then, like a chain reaction, the giant dragons exploded one after another. As their bodies exploded, a huge amount of energy and vitality appeared in the sky. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and inhaled. A huge whirlpool appeared from its mouth. The energy and vitality were continuously sucked into the thunder dragon's mouth. At the same time, the aura around the thunder dragon also became stronger. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 giant dragons were swallowed by the thunder dragon. However, the thunder dragon seemed to be unsatisfied. It let out another dragon roar. The long dragon roar sounded like a summon and also like a provocation. In short, a new batch of giant dragons flew out from the dragon tomb. However, this time, just as they flew out a few li, they heard a huge dragon roar from the dragon tomb. The dragon roar was like a thunderclap that exploded in the sky. Everyone, including Zichen, was shocked. There were even a few people who directly fell from the sky. In the sky, the lightning glow on the surface of the lightning dragon's body also weakened a little. Its body swayed a few times in the air before stabilizing its body. The thunder dragon's dragon eyes stared ahead. There was a serious look in its eyes. Zichen's figure flashed and he appeared beside the thunder dragon. He asked, "What's going on?" "There's a very terrifying existence inside. However, it seems to have encountered some trouble and is temporarily unable to come out," the thunder dragon said. "Trouble? Then can we kill our way in?" Zichen asked. The thunder dragon shook its head. "No, I'm too weak. I can't control all the giant dragons. From what I can sense, there are many existences that are not weaker than the black giant dragon. If we rashly go in, we will be in great danger. Even if we go in, we may not be able to kill that existence." Zichen and the others only felt that the dragon roar was heavy. That was because the dragon roar's attack was mainly aimed at the thunder dragon. It had almost shattered the thunder dragon's newly formed dragon body. Zichen and the others did not stay any longer and began to return. Along the way, they encountered a few lone giant dragons. They were all devoured by the thunder dragon. This time, they did not gain anything because all the giant dragons had been devoured by the thunder dragon. However, the thunder dragon successfully transformed into a dragon. This was the greatest gain for them and the entire tribe. After returning to the tribe, the thunder dragon found an empty space and fell into a deep sleep. This was a short period of sleep to stabilize the body that had just transformed into a dragon. While sleeping, lightning constantly surged on the surface of his body. It was the essence of the giant dragons he had devoured. It was constantly stabilizing the dragon body. For example, the bone essence of the giant dragons he had devoured would strengthen the thunder dragon's bones. It was the same for other things like blood and dragon scales. Although the thunder dragon was not a natural manifestation of heaven and earth, this dragon body was definitely a collection of the essence of the giant dragons of heaven and earth. It could be considered a kind of spiritual body. Unknowingly, a natural dragon's aura spread out. The tomb keepers of the tribe felt this dragon's aura. For a time, many people came to take a look out of curiosity. When they saw the dragon god that was exactly the same as in the records, everyone was stunned. Some of the elders even knelt down and kept praying to the thunder dragon. At this moment, many people thought that the thunder dragon was the reborn dragon god. After the tomb keeper received the news, he rushed back immediately. When he saw the sleeping thunder dragon, he was so shocked that he could not say a word. After a long time, he said the word unbelievable. Zichen told the tomb keeper what the thunder dragon had said. Then, he asked, could it be the reborn dragon god? The tomb keeper shook his head and said, absolutely impossible. If the dragon god was reborn, he would definitely not be in this form. In some records, the giant dragons of the West belong to a different kind of dragon. Then what do you mean? Zichen looked at the tomb keeper. It's very likely that the giant dragons of the West secretly entered the dragon tomb in order to obtain the dragon god's dragon source. At first, I thought it was caused by the leakage of the dragon soul. Now, it seems that is not the case. However, we need to be strong enough to enter and investigate to know what is going on. The thunder dragon said that we can't go in for the time being. I know that. Even if we have the ability to go in now, we must not. Why? They're here. These days, I can clearly feel the spatial barrier fluctuating violently. It seems that someone is investigating. I think it won't be long before they can open the barrier and enter this world. Currently, I can sense a few fluctuations. Only one. With the Cosmos Bell guarding it, with their ability, they can only find one at most. One place. Zichen's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Then let them come. It's a good time to give them a big gift. Not long after, Zichen gathered 11 people and headed to the place the tomb keeper had pointed out. Outside this space, with Kusai as the leader, were 14 experts of the Soul Devourer clan. Chapter 1672. Zichen's group of 12 stood in the space where Guardian Tomb was pointing at, waiting for the space to break open. Behind the 12 were 71 ascetics. They were all in the 9th tier. This time, 71 ascetics had been mobilized, which was more than half of the tribe's strength. Behind them were close to 200 8th tier warriors. None of the 7th tier warriors had come. Looking at the gradually surging space, Shantiandao asked, "They will come from here." Zichen nodded and said, "That's right. Guardian Tomb has been confirmed. It will happen in the next few days." Shantiandao chuckled and said, "I've encountered a bottleneck recently. Perhaps I can use this battle to break through." Zichen smiled and looked at the others. He said slowly, "You've encountered a bottleneck and are preparing to break through. What about the others?" Shantiandao couldn't help but feel awkward. He had come forward to speak because he wanted to be the first to fight. Everyone's potential was about the same. In the past few years, they had been refining dragon crystals and cultivating diligently. As a result, they had broken through again and again, reaching the peak of the 8th tier. Now, what they lacked was a bottleneck to break through. Of course, this included Zichen. In the corresponding position of this space, there were many other spaces. There were no less than 10,000 of them. Even though Kisi had sensed the correct direction of the pureblood curse, because of the existence of these small spaces, they encountered great resistance. Perhaps if they took a step, they would enter another space and be thousands of meters or miles away. Sometimes, if they took a wrong step, they would arrive in another space. They might even get lost in it. Even though the powerhouses of the soul-devouring race had a very deep understanding of space, they still couldn't find the location of Guardian Tomb in a short time. Kurt stood outside the space with an ugly expression. Around him was the constantly twisting power of space. In this power of space, there were many strange spaces. In front of him, 13 ninth-tier powerhouses of the soul-devouring race were busy. They were searching for the indigenous small worlds in the tens of thousands of spaces. They were very careful. Some of them took a step and disappeared. Some of them took a step and looked like they were walking in circles. It was very funny. It wasn't difficult to search through 10,000 spaces, but the most difficult part was that the space here was disturbed by a strange power, so much so that even Kusai couldn't accurately sense the existence of the pureblood curse. This power was not just the power of space, but also the power of time. Find them. Hurry up and find them. Once we find them, I will definitely tear these aboriginals to shreds. Kusai's voice was cold. After searching for so many days, he had already lost his original wisdom. Behind the soul-devouring clan was the human army. Among them, there was no lack of Tier 9 and Tier 8. A bald, brawny man stood in front of the human team. He looked at the soul-devouring clan who were busy in front of him without any expression. The aura that naturally surged around him caused the space to tremble. This bald burly man was none other than Shu Hu, a famous existence on the rankings in the Imperial Sky's 3 cities. A few years ago, he had defeated the Dax race almost single-handedly and reclaimed the human cities they had lost. After that, his already famous reputation grew. The current Shu Hu was a hero in the hearts of all cultivators in the Imperial Heaven region. Now, this hero was leading everyone in a crusade against the Aboriginals. A man stood to Shu Hu's right. He was about the same height as Shu Hu and was also bald. He had a muscular body and wore battle armor. The lines of his muscles were very obvious. His name was Wharton, and he was Shu Hu's favorite. He was also Shu Hu's #1 general. Although he was only at the peak of Tier 8, his true battle prowess was no weaker than regular Tier 9 cultivators. It was said that Shu Hu had put in a lot of effort to support Wharton. He had even specially sent him to a strange place to train. That was how he had achieved what he had today. We still haven't found them after so long. Could it be that we sensed wrongly? A displeased voice suddenly sounded to Shu Hu's left. This person was called Yi Ming. No one knew where he came from, but he was very powerful. Almost all humans, including Wharton, were wary of the soul-devouring clan. Only this Yi Ming was not afraid of the soul-devouring clan. He even wanted to provoke them. He was Shu Hu's second most powerful general, but he was no weaker than Wharton. In some aspects, he was even stronger than Wharton. Impossible. This matter concerns benefits. They wouldn't be so stupid, Wharton said in a low voice. They're not stupid. They're stupid. Yi Ming smiled coldly. Shu Hu waved his hand and signaled for the two to shut up. He said calmly, "From now on, you're not allowed to talk about the soul-devouring clan." "So what?" "Sir, don't think of them as so scary. Even if we find that place, facing Zi Chen and the rest, these people will die. We'll have to do it in the end." Yi Ming said casually, "As for the distribution of benefits, these people will die in the end. What benefits do they want?" "Don't underestimate anyone," Wharton said in a low voice. "Of course, I won't underestimate anyone else, but that doesn't include these soul-devouring clan members. Wharton, believe me. Other than that pure-blooded one who's a little tricky, I can kill the other 13 by myself," Yi Ming said confidently. "1 against 13? You're confident?" Shu Hu glanced at Yi Ming. "We'll find out when we have the chance." Yi Ming smiled confidently. Ever since he had obtained the Devouring God Seal, Yi Ming's strength had increased tremendously. His battle prowess had already recovered to its peak in the outside world. If it were not for Shu Hu's current identity, Shu Hu's name on the 8 generals list would have been replaced by his. At that moment, the soul-devouring clan's excited shouts came from the front. They had finally found that world. As the space in front of them broke open, the space suddenly expanded. A spatial passage appeared from within, leading directly to another world. "We found it." Everyone had a look of joy on their faces. A group of 13 soul-devouring clan powerhouses entered the spatial passage one after another. Kusai followed closely behind. Without waiting for Shu Hu and the rest to come up, Kusai suddenly turned his head and smiled mockingly at them. In a flash, he entered the world passage. Then, the world passage closed. Damn it. Yi Ming was the first to realize that something was wrong. He rushed forward quickly. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual force shot out like lightning, enveloping the space and trying to stabilize it. Unfortunately, Yi Ming was still one step too late. The spatial passage closed before Yi Ming's eyes, and the soul-devouring clan members were nowhere to be seen. "These damned things," Wharton said coldly with a gloomy expression. According to Yi Ming, they wanted to set up these soul-devouring clan members, but they did not expect to be played instead. "Can you find it?" Shu Hu's expression was also very unpleasant. He turned to look at Yi Ming. "I don't have enough power. It's a little difficult to break open this space by force." "I'll help you," Shu Hu said indifferently. After waiting for a few months, Zi Chen and the rest finally felt the intense spatial fluctuation. Clearly, the spatial barrier had been attacked by some kind of force. Whoosh! A powerful force charged out of the spatial barrier and directly tore this small world apart. Intense energy began to surge, causing the space and time in the small world to fluctuate. A huge black hole appeared in the distorted space. The black hole spread and turned into a spatial passage. Black-robed men walked out of the passage one after another. There were 13 of them in total. After they appeared, they stood in 2 rows. Their expressions were very respectful, as if they were waiting for their leader to appear. However, they did not expect that the leader behind the 13 level 9 powerhouses would be a peak level 8 powerhouse. As this person appeared, the pitch-black passage behind them closed. This meant that the only connection between the outside world and this world had disappeared. Zi Chen and the others were astonished when they saw this scene. One must know that according to their previous calculations, apart from the soul-devouring clan, at least 3 of the 5 major clans would appear, or other human armies would be recruited. However, there were none. Only 14 members of the soul-devouring clan had arrived. Just as Zi Chen and the rest were stunned, the leader of the level 8 powerhouses took a deep breath. Then, an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. A very pure aura. This is indeed a new world that contains extremely pure souls. The flow of time has been forcefully changed. It seems that there should be a treasure guarding this world. Not bad, it's indeed a good place. It seems that I made the right bet this time. Kosi muttered to himself, looking intoxicated. Zi Chen seemed to understand why this had happened. He was sizing up the intoxicated Kosi. Not sure if it was because of the pureblood curse, but Zi Chen suddenly felt uncomfortable when he saw the other party. This leader of the soul-devouring clan was different from many members of the soul-devouring clan that Zi Chen had seen before. He had a pair of bright black eyes and regular facial features. He did not look like an ugly member of the soul-devouring clan. Instead, he looked like a handsome human man. He stood there. There was no power surging around him. However, the power of space was constantly twisting, imperceptibly changing the flow of time. It was obvious that he had a very deep understanding of space. "You're Zi Chen, the first on the soldier ranking." The intoxicated Keith finally noticed the people in the field, but he ignored the group of native warriors who were brimming with killing intent. So what if the natives were of the level 9? They did not take them seriously because they had plenty of methods to deal with the natives. Kosi's gaze paused on the 11 people and finally landed on Zi Chen, who was in the center. He could feel the pureblood curse on Zi Chen. This was the first time he saw Zi Chen. He saw how the human powerhouses of the Imperial Sky region looked down on him and said that he was a lucky bastard. He had a pair of brighter eyes and a calm expression. There were only 2 reasons why a human could be so calm when they saw the soul-devouring clan. The first reason was that they had met a fool, an idiot, or someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The second reason was that they were extremely confident and had the means to not fear the soul-devouring clan. Kosi did not know Zi Chen well, but he could still see that Zi Chen was not a fool. Instead, He had absolute confidence. Chapter 1673. You're Zi Chen, number 1 on the soldier ranking. Kosi's words were very calm, so calm that it didn't seem like a question at all, but a description. He didn't expect an answer, nor did he hope for an answer. This kind of invisible temperament was very arrogant, as if he had been in a high position for a long time. You're a pureblood of the Soul Devourer clan. Zi Chen replied with the same words. Although this person at the same level as him didn't seem easy to deal with, Zi Chen still had his own pride. It was pride, not arrogance. Kosi glanced at Zi Chen, somewhat surprised by Zi Chen's tone. He said indifferently, "It seems that you know our clan very well. Perhaps that person used the pureblood curse to threaten you before he died." Zi Chen replied indifferently, "That's not important. If I'm not wrong, there should be a human army behind you, but you deliberately blocked them outside." At this moment, above everyone's head, a giant dragon flew past, letting out a dragon's roar. Feeling the evil aura below, the giant dragon didn't dare to stop and flew past quickly. Kosi looked up at the giant dragon and said, "You're very smart. They are indeed blocked behind us. For the resources of this world, of course we have to take a gamble. With just the 14 of you." Zi Chen looked at Kosi calmly, as if he was overestimating himself. "These natives aren't troublesome. As for you, you can barely be considered troublesome. Not to mention 14, even 4 of you can destroy an aboriginal world." This was another kind of pride, but it didn't belong to Kosi alone, but to the entire Soul Devourer clan. They were always so confident in facing the natives, because this pride was passed down in their bloodline. "I'm afraid you've miscalculated this time." "That's not necessarily true." Kosi still wanted to say something, but Mansha walked out and interrupted Kosi. He said loudly, "Hey, you Soul Devourer clan, are you done yet? Are we here to have a life and death battle or to chat? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. No, even if you don't fight, you'll die." Kusai glanced at Mansha, a trace of a smile appeared on his face, but his smile was very cold. "Interesting, of course we came here to fight. Since you want to throw away your life in advance, then I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, Keith waved his hand and said, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." The group of 13 ninth-rank soul-devouring clan members, who had been on guard for a long time, instantly rushed toward the 11 people. As for Zi Chen, of course, he would leave him to Keith. Once Zi Chen was killed, the golden name on the first place of the soldier ranking would no longer be the glory of mankind, but a disgrace. "Don't fight with me. I can fight 1 against 2. Chi surged around the 11 of them. Clearly, they were all preparing to attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fortune Teller shouted in advance. He quickly took out the Book of Destiny and opened 8 pages in one breath. A golden light was released from it. The golden light landed on the ground and instantly transformed into Zi Chen. Although it was a summoned creature, it looked almost identical to the real Zi Chen, except that its eyes were slightly dull and lifeless. Even Kisi was slightly taken aback at the sight of this. When the golden light transformed into Zi Chen, its dull eyes looked at one of the soul-devouring clan members. Suddenly, there was a touch of coldness in its eyes, and a wave of dense killing intent forcibly locked onto one person. Golden light Zi Chen corresponded to the real Zi Chen. Based on how strong the real Zi Chen was, golden light Zi Chen would have 1/10 of the real Zi Chen's combat strength. For the current Zi Chen, 1/10 of its combat strength might not be able to kill a 9th-rank soul-devouring clan member, but it would not be a problem to pin down one. Locking on to its killing intent, golden light Zi Chen rushed toward the soul-devouring clan member. Beside it, Fortune Teller also carried the Book of Destiny and rushed toward the second soul-devouring clan member. The others also rushed forward and faced their respective opponents. During this time, Dongqing, who was dressed in green, blocked the 2 soul-devouring clan members. The beautiful silhouette that rushed out of her consciousness split into 2, turning into 2 smaller Dongqing, and shot toward the 2 soul-devouring clan members. Facing the soul-devouring clan, who was known for their powerful soul-devouring techniques, Dongqing actually gave up on the main battlefield and chose to take the initiative to attack. In the outside world, Yiming was confident that he could take on 13 people by himself. As a beast tamer who was no weaker than Yiming, Dongqing was naturally confident that she could take on 2 people by herself. Everyone found their respective opponents, but there was no surge of energy because the following battle would be carried out in the consciousness. It was a very terrifying battle where life and death could be decided very quickly, but there was no danger at all. Are you going to wait for the results or do you want to fight now? Kusai did not intend to fight in a hurry. Zichen said calmly, if we wait for the results, I'm afraid that you'll run away. Let's fight now. A hint of mockery appeared on Kusai's face. I think you're more worried about the human army. Don't worry, with the energy confusion I set up, they won't come in anytime soon. Your people are all full of confidence. I'm curious where their confidence comes from. Zichen sighed and said, all right, since you want to watch, I'll watch with you for a while. However, you'll soon regret this suggestion. You might even regret having such curiosity. On this smokeless battlefield, 11 of the 13 soul-devouring clan members had already disappeared. The other 2 had green light flowing around them, but they did not look like real bodies at all. Instead, they looked like some kind of light projection. On Zichen's side, the 11 humans all had dull eyes as if they had lost their souls. There was no energy flowing around them. Behind them, the human army saw this and their faces were filled with worry. Their fear of the soul-devouring clan was equivalent to seeing Lei Long. They knew very well how terrifying the combat power of these 11 people was. However, that was on the battlefield. They were facing a dragon with flesh and blood. On the battlefield before them, they were facing a race with great talent in the soul. They were born to devour souls. Under such circumstances, the 11 people were obviously one level lower. They did not have an advantage in any aspect. Sure enough, one of them had already turned pale. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in great pain. Looks like you're not going to make it. Kusai chuckled. Maybe, Zichen replied calmly. Kaya's soft sound rang out. One of the 2 remaining soul-devouring clan members on the scene suddenly had substantial energy surging around him. As this power surged, the image of him that was suffused with green light actually slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and nervous. They did not know if he was dead or had entered a full-scale battle. Only Kisi was surprised when he saw this. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. At the same time, in the dissipating consciousness of the soul-devouring clan member, boundless green light shone. This green light was the power of the soul. They merged together and formed a long spear. The long spear shook, causing the soul space to tremble. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the space and touched the forehead of the soul-devouring clan member. In the next moment, the body of the spear trembled. The energy dissipated, and the soul of the soul-devouring clan member exploded. After collecting the soul fragments floating in the air, Dongqing appeared in a flash. Seeing Dongqing appear, the warriors behind him burst into cheers. It was clear that they had won this battle. Next, as long as Dongqing's 2 souls merged, they would be able to quickly kill the other soul-devouring clan member. Then, Dongqing would be able to help the others. In this way, all 13 soul-devouring clan members would be killed. Kusai had obviously expected this scene. His face gradually turned ugly. I didn't expect this to happen here. He could take the initiative to attack by splitting into 2 and still kill the experts of my clan. This soul power is indeed powerful. Zichen took a step forward and blocked Kusai's path. He said indifferently, "Are you not going to watch the show?" Kusai shook his head and did not lose his composure. The outcome has been decided. There's no need to watch. The outcome had indeed been decided. Dongqing's 2 souls did not merge because the second soul also killed the enemy quickly. After the 2 souls came out, they rushed to the forehead of the 2 suffering cultivators to help them. At this moment, Shun Tiandao, Wu Xie, Hidden Mist, and Dark Mantle's eyes regained their clarity. Each of them held a round ball in their hands. Inside the ball were broken soul fragments. Fortune Teller was the first to attack. In the end, he killed the 6th enemy and quickly went to help Golden Light Zichen. In a short moment, the battle that everyone was worried about had come to an end. All 13 soul-devouring clan members of the 9th layer were killed. As for Zichen's 11 people, only 2 of them suffered serious soul injuries. The others only had minor injuries, and some were not injured at all. In a short few breaths, the battle ended. Kusai, who was about to attack, had a look of disbelief on his face when he saw the battle end just like that. At this moment, the 11 people were looking at Kusai with cold eyes. Every one of them has a soul that far surpasses others of the same level. Every one of them can fight above their level. No wonder they're so confident. Zichen, your team is not bad. The energy around Kusai began to surge. You're the only one left. Don't show off. Let this young master take care of you. Manshur, who wanted to continue, took a step forward. Zichen waved his hand to stop Manshur. I'll take care of this battle. All of you, back off. Zichen's words were equivalent to an order. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Manshur could only back off. The others also took a step back. Obviously, not everyone was as brainless as Manshur. Many people had already felt the dangerous aura from Kusai. If an all-out battle really broke out, Kusai might be able to kill half of the people in this team. Kusai did not immediately launch a soul-devouring attack. Instead, he raised his palm and struck out at Zichen. This was a materialized energy attack. It was not an attack that the soul-devouring clan was good at. However, the moment this palm print appeared, the expressions of most people in the field changed. A black palm print descended from the sky. There were layers of spatial energy on it. This attack not only contained an unimaginable amount of power, but even the spatial pressure was also incomparably great. This attack alone had already surpassed 90% of the warriors in the field. Facing this attack, Zichen did not dodge. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well without ripples. He clenched his fist and punched towards the sky. A dazzling golden light flashed, and a powerful energy surged in this world. Then, the golden fist light rushed towards the palm print with an unstoppable force and destroyed it. Above the sky, there was a tremor as a terrifying energy surged. Chapter 1674. Keith disappeared into thin air without any warning. During this period, he did not cause any spatial ripples. It was like teleportation, but also like hiding in space. Zichen's calm eyes flickered with gold and silver in the next moment. His eyes looked extremely strange. He had directly activated his yin-yang eyes. In his line of sight, a faint shadow appeared. This shadow was moving through space and rushing towards him. Under normal circumstances, all eye techniques in the Zhonwu continent would be ineffective under the suppression of the world's rules. However, Zichen had the devouring god seal, so he could use all kinds of methods. The shadow came in front of Zichen and reached out. A strange power spread out and shrouded the surroundings. At this moment, the invisible space seemed to have turned into a large net, and Keith was like a fisherman, grabbing the net. Zichen was like a pitiful fish that was unfortunately caught in the net and was about to die. This was Keith's feeling. Zichen did not think that he was pitiful. He did not even think that he was a fish in a net. Even if he was a fish in a net, he was a shark that accidentally fell into the king's net and had a powerful offensive ability. At this moment, this shark opened its mouth, revealing rows of neat and sharp fangs, and bit towards the net and the big hand. Golden light flashed as Zichen punched forward. The golden fist rushed towards the big hand with an indomitable force. Boom! The powerful punch was unstoppable. It directly shattered the materialized space and shook off the giant hand. The violent energy continued to surge and spread in all directions. Zichen stood in the shockwave. No matter how the violent energy surged, it could not shake him at all. Compared to Zichen's powerful physical attack, Keith, who was proficient in soul techniques, kept retreating in the face of this energy shock. His eyes were full of surprise. After retreating more than 10 meters, his materialized body suddenly turned into a shadow. The shadow kept swaying with the violent energy. No matter how the energy impacted, his body was not injured at all. The violent energy disappeared, and Keith's body solidified again. He looked at Zichen and said in surprise, "You can see me." The gold and silver light in Zichen's eyes gave him an answer. As his gaze moved up and down, Keith felt as if he had been seen through. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He enveloped himself with spatial energy and lost his composure for the first time. This is an eye technique. You can actually use an eye technique. The group of warriors in the distance were stunned. The energy attack that the Soul Eater clan displayed was so powerful and terrifying. This was not what he was good at. Once he used the Soul Eater divine power, the attack was almost unimaginable. However, the 11 people not far away did not seem to care. This materialized energy attack was indeed not weak, but it was absolutely not enough to kill them, let alone kill Zi Chen, who was stronger than them. One had to know that Zi Chen's battle prowess was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest amongst the 12 of them. Otherwise, why would he only use 1/10 of Zi Chen's combat strength and not others? In private, everyone had seen the few people besides the 3 women fight, but no one could beat the golden light Zi Chen. At this moment, seeing Keith's loss of composure and hearing his exclamation, Wu Xie's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He subconsciously touched the vertical pupil in between his eyebrows. Compared to his light of destruction, a mere eye technique that could only emit light and not attack was nothing in front of him. Of course, Wu Xie only dared to think this in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. The battle in front of them was still going on. It was unknown whether Keith was confident or careless, but he still did not use his strongest Soul Eater technique. Instead, he kept attacking Zi Chen with strength. Every one of Kusai's attacks contained a tremendous amount of spatial pressure. In terms of comprehension of space, Zi Chen was much weaker than Kusai. However, Zi Chen had absolute power. This power could destroy everything in its path. It was incomparably strong. Boom! Another punch was thrown. The power of space shook again, and a terrible power surged. With the yin-yang eye, Keith's figure was once again captured by Zi Chen. After Zi Chen's attack, he kept retreating. In the eyes of everyone, Keith's attack power was very strong. However, in the eyes of Zi Chen and the others, it was not worth mentioning. Interesting. If this is all you can do, then you can't do anything to me. Keith smiled coldly at Zi Chen. He clearly did not have the upper hand, but at this moment, he said such words. Zi Chen said indifferently, "If you want to see more powerful means, then I'll show you." Swish. Keith disappeared again. This time, he evolved his comprehension of space to the limit, trying to get close to Zi Chen and make a fatal blow. Boom. Zi Chen stood still. The void behind him suddenly broke open, and a fist light emitting silver light appeared. The fist light was very big and fast. It was like Xing Chen cutting through the sky, emitting a terrible power of thunder as it rushed forward. The space pressure formed by Keith's attack exploded as soon as it came into contact with the fist light. Keith, who was hiding, was forced to appear. His face was full of shock as he retreated. However, this time, whether it was speed, attack power, or destructive power, it was far superior to the previous attack. Under this powerful attack, Keith found that the power of space that he could control as easily as his hands and arms had a rare feeling of awkwardness. The thunder meteor fist light exploded, producing an unimaginable destructive power. This power made everyone's expression change. Keith's figure kept flashing, wandering in the violent energy. At the same time, he kept retreating. After completely avoiding the violent energy, he looked at Zi Chen and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the shock on his face did not diminish. This attack is really powerful. That attack just now, if he had not retreated quickly, his body would have exploded in an instant. Although the Soul Devourer clan did not care about the body, if the body was destroyed without using the Soul Devourer clan, it would still cause great damage to the soul. Zi Chen's powerful attack could completely threaten his life. Although Keith could dodge it, he could not guarantee that he could dodge it every time. If he was hit by such an attack, the price was not something Keith could bear. Just by looking at the attack, Zi Chen could not be ranked first on the soldier ranking by luck. Looking at Zi Chen, Keith retreated again and again, afraid that Zi Chen would take the opportunity to attack again. However, Zi Chen did not attack until Keith's body had completely turned into a soul. Zi Chen, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, was only one step away from the ninth heavenly layer. In order to take this step, Zichen needed some tempering, and Kusai was naturally the best whetstone. He dispersed the violent energy surging around him and stared at Keith, who had completely turned into a soul. He knew that the real dangerous battle had begun. With a flash of black light, Keith charged into Zichen's sea of consciousness at lightning speed. It was a golden sea. Like every other member of the Soul Devourer clan, this was the first time he came to Zichen's soul world. Looking at this golden sea world, he also had a surprised expression on his face. What a pure soul! Ray after ray of black light formed ripples and spread towards the golden sea. This was the soul suppression unique to the Soul Devourer clan. Under the black ripples, the golden world in front of him slowly lost its luster. Seeing this, Kusai's heart relaxed slightly. As long as the Soul Devourer domain existed, the Soul Devourer clan was the strongest in terms of the soul. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. The world in front of him that had completely lost its luster suddenly exploded with a dazzling golden light. The golden light flashed, and the golden sea reappeared. How can this be? The domain suppression has lost its effect. Keith's expression changed. The entire soul world seemed to have come alive, flashing with a dazzling and lively golden light. In this golden light, a blade of light suddenly shot out. The blade of light rushed out of the golden sea and slashed directly at Keith. Swoosh! The golden blade of light pressed forward with an unimaginable power. Keith's eyes flashed with black light. He slashed forward with one hand, and a pitch-black blade of light appeared and slashed at the golden blade of light. Bang! The two attacks collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The entire golden sea trembled slightly. You actually broke free from my domain suppression, Keith said in a deep voice as he looked at the golden sea in front of him. The sea roiled, and the golden waves surged. The waves carried a golden figure slowly from the bottom of the sea. The golden figure was Zichen. He held a sheathed long blade in his hand. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well as he looked at Keith. Welcome to my soul world, Zichen said as he stabilized himself in the air. At this moment, he was shining with golden light, and he looked like a gold-plated god. The golden light emitted from Zichen's body made Keith feel extremely uncomfortable. He shouted, "Die!" Black light flashed, and Keith's soul power surged. One after another, pitch-black blade of light appeared between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the blade of light covered the sky. Then, it whistled down and slashed at Zichen. The golden world was instantly occupied by black. Swoosh! Zichen pulled out his blade. Golden light flashed, and the world that had lost its luster regained its color. 72 bright but not dazzling blade of light suddenly appeared and rushed in all directions. The blade of light and blade of light continued to clash. Sounds rang out in the sky one after another, and finally, all of them dissipated. What a powerful attack! Keith's face sank. He waved his hand again, and a large number of blade of light appeared. After these blade of light appeared, they no longer scattered. Like well-trained soldiers, they lined up in a square formation and slashed at Zichen. Swoosh! The sheathed long blade was pulled out again. 72 blade of light appeared in the sky again. Keith sneered, "This move is useless." "Is that so?" Zichen smiled faintly. The 72 blade of light actually merged in an instant, turning into 8 bright golden blade of light. As Zichen pointed his finger, the merged blade of light shot toward the square formation. It was another evenly matched confrontation. Next, the two continued to exchange blows, and various attacks emerged one after another. During this period, Keith used powerful moves several times, but they were all countered by Zichen. Damn it, he's treating me as a sparring partner. Looking at the calm Zichen opposite him, Keith's heart was burning with anger. His soul power was very strong, but he did not display any powerful moves. Obviously, it was not that he did not have any, but that he was training himself. Go all out, Soul Devourer. Chapter 1675. A pure and powerful soul aura surged around this tall demonic shadow. This aura spread out, causing the entire golden ocean to tremble. The demonic shadow's cold and emotionless eyes fell on Zichen. Zichen felt as if he was prey targeted by a poisonous snake at the entrance of a cave. A very uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. Looking at Kosi, his face was pale and his spirit was weak. It seemed that summoning this demonic shadow consumed a lot of energy. Being used as a whetstone by a human of the same level, he had completely fallen into madness. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. This was Kosi's strongest move after awakening his bloodline. He was going all out. The demonic shadow took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. A black hurricane appeared out of nowhere in the Golden Ocean world. In the next moment, the originally violent and boiling Golden Ocean fell into silence. Everything was quiet. Zichen stood above the ocean and looked at the tall demonic shadow silently. His expression gradually became serious. He felt a huge pressure from the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow strode forward, causing the entire golden world to tremble. The Golden Ocean continued to surge. Whoosh! The demonic shadow's palm fell. The powerful soul power caused the spatial ocean to tremble again, causing huge waves to rise. The pitch-black palm print passed through the layers of waves and slapped towards Zichen. As the palm print descended, Zichen felt as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing down on him. His movements became extremely slow. And this attack had firmly locked onto him. Zichen's body shone with golden light. Waves of powerful energy surged. He held the saber in his right hand and suddenly exerted force. Golden saber lights appeared in this world. There were a total of 72 saber lights. But in the next moment, the 72 saber lights merged into 8. The 8 merged saber lights were like an open fan. They flew up against the sky and slashed towards the pitch-black palm print. Bang! Under the huge spatial pressure, the power of Zichen's attack was greatly reduced. The first saber light shattered as soon as it hit the palm print. The palm print fell, but its momentum was still the same. The pressure on Zichen did not decrease at all. Bang! The second saber light followed and was shattered by the palm print. Then the third saber light hit the palm print, causing a loud explosion. The fourth, the fifth, the seventh saber glow exploded too. A total of 7 saber lights were shattered. The descending palm print was still terrifying, and the huge pressure was still there. This continued until the last saber light landed on the palm imprint. As the golden light flickered, the saber light shattered and blocked the palm imprint for an instant. In an instant, Zichen felt the pressure on him disappear. With a tap of his foot, his figure disappeared from the spot. The palm print fell into the golden sea, and the golden sea water exploded. Huge waves appeared. Zichen, who appeared several thousand meters away, looked ahead with a solemn expression. With the appearance of the devil shadow, the suppression of the soul-devouring domain on him increased. As a result, his attack, defense, and speed were all reduced. After missing his attack, Mo Ying turned his head to look at Zichen. Then, he stepped on the sea and rushed toward Zichen again. Boom! This time, he clenched his fist and struck out. The pitch-black fist was like a black sun, and the black light it released completely covered the golden light of the entire world. In an instant, the golden world fell into darkness. The soul-devouring domain was fully activated and suppressed Zichen's sea of consciousness. For the soul-devouring clan, this situation was normal. Under the full suppression of the soul-devouring domain, no one was a match for the soul-devouring clan. In this pitch-black world, both Mo Ying and Keith could accurately sense Zichen's existence and clearly know his location. Darkness was their domain. In this domain, they were omnipotent. The black fist light went straight to a certain place in the pitch-black space. That was where Zichen was. A pressure 10 times stronger than before appeared. When this pressure fell on Zichen, it was as if he had been immobilized. He could not move at all. He could only roar and pull out his saber with all his might. In the dark world, a golden light appeared. It was like a firefly in the night. Although there was light, it could not illuminate the entire night. Under the full suppression of the soul-devouring domain, the merged saber lights could not exert the power they should have. Bang! With just a tremor, the 8 merged saber lights collapsed. At the same time, the pitch-black fist light fell on Zichen. Dazzling golden light burst out from Zichen's body. However, this golden light was instantly extinguished. He was sent flying by the punch. After flying for more than 10 miles, Zichen lay on his stomach above the ocean. This was the soul world. He was a soul body and would not vomit blood. However, his real body in the outside world coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. This shocked everyone. It should be known that not only was Zichen's physical body strong, but his soul was also no weaker than his physical body. Even a beast tamer would not be able to gain any advantage in front of Zichen. However, at this moment, when fighting against a soul-devouring clan member of the same level, he actually vomited blood. Standing up above the ocean, in the entire golden world, only Zichen's body was still emitting golden light. He was like the only light in this world, but also like the only tinder in this dark world. Once extinguished, it would mean the death of the world. Haha, the first on the human soldier ranking is just SOSO. Kusai's voice sounded from all directions. This world was completely shrouded by the soul-devouring domain. It had completely lost contact with Zichen. In the darkness, Kusai could see him, but he could not see Kusai. Even his sharp senses were affected. He could only barely sense the direction of Mo Ying. Swoosh! There was an energy fluctuation in front of him. Without thinking, Zichen rushed to the side. Bang! Zichen reacted in time. His speed was not slow, but he was still hit in the chest and flew to the side. The energy fluctuation came again. Zichen sensed it in advance. He moved quickly and began to dodge. However, he was still one step too late. His body was hit and flew backward. For a moment, Zichen was sent flying again and again. And now, he finally understood how it felt to fight others. When fighting others, they could also sense his attack in advance and dodge in time. Unfortunately, they were not as fast as Zichen. This time, it was the other way around. Zichen's speed was not as fast as Mo Ying's, so he could only take the beating. As for why Kusai did not show a stronger move to kill him, Zichen guessed that Kusai was just playing with him. Or maybe he was waiting for Man Shu and the others to come in and then kill them all. Under such circumstances, Zichen did not think that it would be useful for Shuntian and the others to come in. "Kill me if you can." Zichen's voice sounded. "Kill you. You are the first on the soldier ranking. You represent the glory of mankind. Do you want to die so much?" Kusai's voice came from all directions. "Humph." Zichen snorted. "Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish, but not now. I think, if you don't end the battle, your companions will come in. At that time, I will send them on their way." Kusai said again. "Then stop dreaming. They trust me and won't come in." Zichen said indifferently. "I believe you. I know more about souls than you. If you keep coughing up blood, I think they will come in." Hearing this, Zichen's expression changed. At this moment, a huge pressure appeared. In his perception, a powerful attack appeared in front of him. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, the sheathed long saber appeared in Zichen's hand again. He pulled the saber out and fused with the saber light. This was one of Zichen's few attack methods, but it was useless in the soul-devouring area. This time, not only were the 8 saber lights completely shattered, but even the long saber and scabbard in Zichen's hand were shattered. Zichen was sent flying. In the outside world, Zichen's real body coughed up blood again. Man Shu and the others came forward and looked at Zichen worriedly. Just as Zichen said, they trusted Zichen very much. Although they were worried, they did not intend to help. In the soul-devouring area, Zichen was sent flying again and again. Previously, he still had a way to fight back and fight with Keith, but after the appearance of the soul-devouring area, he had no power to resist at all. He could only let the demonic shadow in the darkness attack him. Under the suppression of the darkness, Zichen's attack, defense, and speed were all reduced to the lowest level. His attacks were useless. As for his speed, it was like he was walking through a quagmire. As for his defense, it was also, no. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in Zichen's mind. Under the soul-devouring area, his defense had been reduced to the lowest level. Logically speaking, under the constant attacks of the demonic shadow, His soul should have exploded and dissipated long ago. But he did not. He was still intact. Although this was partly because Keith did not kill him, it was more because of his own defense. In a daze, Zichen seemed to have grasped something, so he stood there, motionless. "What, you're not going to resist?" Keith's voice sounded. Zichen did not answer. The demonic shadow's attack came, but Zichen was still motionless and was sent flying again. This time, Zichen did not defend at all, but his soul was not consumed too much. "Is that so?" Zichen was still a little confused, but he raised his hand, which emitted a golden light. Under the golden light, he saw the demonic shadow rushing towards him again, punching out. Zichen did not dodge, but prepared to take the blow head-on. Bang! The fist hit Zichen's chest, and there was a tremor, but it was not as terrible as expected. Zichen actually managed to withstand it. In the next moment, Zichen's glowing palm slapped towards the demonic shadow. The energy shook, and the two retreated. The demonic shadow only took 3 steps back, while Zichen took 13 steps back. The obvious difference in strength did not make Zichen feel depressed. On the contrary, his eyes were shining brightly. "So that's how it is. This strange area of yours only suppresses the power of soul-fighting skills, but it can't suppress my physical strength." Zichen suddenly understood. This is indeed one of the flaws of the soul-devouring area, but this is the soul world. All that can be used are soul-fighting skills. Who can use physical strength? Keith's voice sounded. "Since you have admitted it, it means that my guess is correct. Next, let's have a real fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen, whose body had dimmed, emitted a dazzling golden light again. Chapter 1676. After refining one page of the heavenly book, Zichen's soul was called perfect. The purity of his soul was far superior to that of other beast tamers. Beast tamers had the privilege of ignoring all combat techniques, but so did the perfect soul. Not only could it ignore combat techniques, but it could also use physical techniques. The perfect soul began to simulate the perfect physical body. Zichen's body shone with golden light again. In the golden light, 8 golden Xingchen appeared. Each Xingchen had 4 clear marks on it. The 4 marks combined to form a sigil. This meant that the 9-star Thunder King physique had reached the peak of the 8th level. The perfect soul released golden light again. The dazzling golden light forcibly pushed the dark domain 100 meters away. Within the 100 meters of the golden light, another domain vaguely formed. This domain was only 100 meters wide, but Zichen could feel that his power was no longer suppressed by the dark domain. This is. Looking at the golden light that broke through the darkness, Keith's eyes widened in disbelief. His soul-devouring domain did have such a weakness. But in the eyes of the soul-devouring clan, it was not a weakness at all. The soul-devouring domain, which could suppress all techniques, was almost the strongest domain. But at this moment, someone actually broke through his soul-devouring domain. Furthermore, he actually felt a sense of deadly crisis from the golden light. How is this possible? Even if he dispelled my domain, how can he kill me now? Keith did not believe that Zichen had any means to fight back. Boom! At his signal, the demonic shadow surged with a violent aura. The boundless darkness once again suppressed the golden light. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter golden light domain dissipated. The darkness regained control of this world. Only Zichen was still resisting this world. Under the shroud of darkness, the disappeared pressure reappeared. Zichen felt like he was in a quagmire. All kinds of negative effects came one after another. The soul-devouring domain suppressed Zichen again. Hum! Zichen's body trembled, followed by the sound of thunder. Rays of golden light surged out from Zichen's body, forming a powerful shockwave that dispelled the negative effects. After shaking off the domain's suppression, the demon shadow had already arrived in front of Zichen, and he threw a punch at Zichen. This punch directly caused the space to tremble, bringing with it a terrifying power. Facing Mo Ying's fist, Zichen didn't dodge. His expression was calm as he allowed the fist light to strike him. The strong wind whistled. Zichen's black hair and robes fluttered behind him. Swoosh! The fist light suddenly stopped in front of Zichen's face. It was a powerful palm that blocked the front, blocking this fist. Golden light flickered on his palm. No matter how the black light attacked, it was unable to advance. Just like that, Zi Chen blocked this powerful attack. How is this possible? In the distance, Kusai's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. Bang! The two forces completely erupted. The black and gold forces continued to tremble. Zi Chen blocked the fist light with one hand, clenched his other hand into a fist, and punched at Mo Ying in front of him. Another tremor sounded, and Mo Ying was sent flying. Golden light formed a defense on the surface of his body. Zi Chen rushed into the darkness and rushed at Mo Ying. Mo Ying stabilized his body. A light flashed in his eyes, and he also rushed at Zi Chen. Boom! Two rays of light, one black and one gold, collided. Terrifying energy ripples shook, and the black and gold ripples spread out. The two rays of light continued to entangle. All kinds of energy vibrations were heard. The two sides continued to exchange blows, evenly matched. After another violent collision, the two rays of light separated. Zi Chen's figure retreated 5 steps in the air, dispelling the powerful force. As for Mo Ying, he retreated 10 steps. During the confrontation, Zi Chen had already understood Mo Ying's means. All energy techniques were ineffective against Mo Ying. If he wanted to deal with Mo Ying, he could only rely on physical combat techniques. With a sneer, Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he rushed at Mo Ying. Zi Chen did not release a powerful attack. Instead, he approached Mo Ying like a shadow. When he reached Mo Ying's side, Zi Chen suddenly attacked. He first struck with a palm, but Mo Ying quickly sensed it and counterattacked. Zi Chen's figure flashed and dodged to the side. At the same time, his palm, finger, and fist landed on Mo Ying's body. Next, Zi Chen launched a combo attack. Fist, palm, finger, elbow, and so on. Every part of Mo Ying's body became Zi Chen's weapons, and he could launch attacks. This was a physical attack technique. Zi Chen had learned it from the perfect body, but he had not used it for many years. This was not a combat technique, but a technique to use physical strength. Under the constant attacks, Mo Ying's body kept shaking. However, at close range, Zi Chen's speed was even faster. He leaped, moved, dodged, and attacked. Every attack was on point, and at the same time, he was able to quickly dodge Mo Ying's attacks. Damn it, how can it be like this? Kusai was flustered and exasperated. He was the one who summoned Mo Ying, so he could clearly sense the power of Zi Chen's attacks. In Zi Chen's attacks, there was both hard and soft. His entire body was like a shadow sticking to Mo Ying's body. In the continuous attacks, every time Zi Chen hit Mo Ying, a ray of golden light would enter Mo Ying's body. However, the demonic shadow was unable to harm Zi Chen in the slightest. Its attacks did not even land on Zi Chen. Kusai was angry and anxious, but he also felt that it was unbelievable. In this world, there was actually someone who could use the soul to create a physical body, break through his soul-devouring domain, and have such a powerful attack method. One had to know that the soul was the soul, and the physical body was the physical body. They were two different existences, and there was a fundamental difference. It was like a cup and water. Water could only be poured into a cup, but it could not be assimilated. Everyone in the world knew this. But now, Zi Chen had completely assimilated these two different existences and turned them into the same existence. Under Zi Chen's continuous attacks, Mo Ying's endurance finally reached its limit, and he let out a painful roar. Swoosh! Zi Chen pointed his finger again, and a ray of golden power entered Mo Ying's body. After that, Zi Chen retreated and stopped dozens of meters away, quietly looking at Mo Ying. The tall Mo Ying was motionless. His originally cold eyes were now full of pain, and his body was constantly trembling. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out from his chest, illuminating the surroundings. This ray of golden light was only the beginning. In the next moment, golden light shot out from his arms. Then, it was his knees, shoulders, eyebrows, eyes. In an instant, hundreds of golden lights rushed out of Mo Ying's body, illuminating his dark figure. At this moment, Mo Ying had completely turned golden. Hundreds of golden lights shot into the sky, dispelling the darkness. Bang! Amidst the thousands of golden lights, Zichen's power vibrated, and Mo Ying's body suddenly exploded. Because of Mo Ying's death, the world of darkness dissipated, and golden light filled every corner of the world, causing it to become golden again. The golden ocean began to roll and roar like angry dragons. Zichen stood above the ocean, his body shining with golden light, looking like a god. Above the ocean, Kusai let out a miserable cry, his face deathly pale, and his eyes filled with confusion. Today, he had lost, but he did not understand why. Even now, he still did not understand how a person could go against the rules of the world. Impossible, this is impossible. Kusai seemed to be in a daze as he yelled, "This is an illusion, this is all an illusion." The golden waves roiled as Zichen stepped on them and arrived in front of Kusai. Right now, Kusai seemed to have suffered a great blow. He seemed to have lost his soul, and his spirit was low. Looking at Kusai, Zichen shook his head. He knew that even if this person survived, he would be completely crippled. He raised his hand and slammed it down, causing boundless golden light to flash. Facing his enemies, he had never been merciful, nor did he know how to show mercy. This battle had dragged on for too long, and there were more powerful enemies to deal with, so he had to end this quickly. As the golden palm descended, Kusai seemed to sense danger and slowly raised his head. Zichen saw the confusion in Kusai's eyes, but in the next moment, this trace of confusion dissipated, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Not good. Zichen's heart suddenly palpitated, and he subconsciously retreated. A powerful aura was released from Kusai's body. Zichen kept coughing up blood, and everyone's faces were filled with worry, but no one thought of supporting him. After a while, Zichen's expression returned to normal, and everyone showed an expression of as expected. Obviously, the crisis had been resolved. However, in the next moment, a violent aura suddenly appeared. This aura turned into a hurricane and rushed in all directions. This aura was very powerful and terrifying, and it had a great destructive effect on the soul. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they kept retreating. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the hurricane. It was the leader of the soul-devouring clan, but at this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he looked very embarrassed. "Zichen, we'll meet again. Next time, you'll definitely die a horrible death." After leaving these words, Kusai's figure flashed, and he flew into the sky. "Kill him, we can't let him escape." Zichen's eyes regained clarity, and killing intent surged around him, and his expression became very ugly. Originally, he wanted to use this guy to train himself so that he could break through to the 9th layer, but now, he had not broken through, and Kusai had broken through in this life and death situation. If he escaped today, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. Zichen had the perfect soul, so he was not afraid, but the others did not. Once they encountered him, they would definitely die under the soul-devouring domain. The people who were pushed back by the violent energy immediately reacted and rushed toward Kusai. A green light flashed in Dongqing's beautiful eyes, and a green lightning bolt rushed out from between her eyebrows, following Kusai at the speed of light. The green lightning bolt flashed and disappeared. Kusai's body swayed, and his face became even paler. He had been seriously injured before, and although he had broken through now, he knew that he was no match for so many powerful existences. He looked back at Zichen, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Zichen, thank you for helping me break through, and I'll give you a big gift in return." As his voice fell, Kusai shot out a ray of energy. This ray of light landed somewhere in the space, and a space passage appeared there. At the other end of the passageway, two figures appeared with blank expressions on their faces. Chapter 1677. When Kusai opened the spatial passage, he secretly schemed against the humans. Although Yi Ming had already probed the small world with his spiritual senses at the last moment. However, in terms of understanding space, even 10 Yi Mings could not compare to one Kusai. Therefore, as Yi Ming continued to experiment, the 9th-level powerhouses disappeared one after another. They either stepped into the space and arrived thousands of meters away, or directly crossed dozens of miles, hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles. Just now, Yi Ming was certain that it was the passage. Shu Hu blasted it open with one blow and then disappeared without a trace. He did not know how many miles he had teleported to. Yi Ming was very depressed. Wharton, who was beside him, kept twitching his eyes. He had been teleported several times and really did not want to waste any more time. However, Shu Hu had not returned yet, and so had the other 9th level. It seemed that when Yi Ming was full of confidence again, it was time for him to step forward and experiment. Fortunately, because of Shu Hu's teleportation, Yi Ming was much more cautious. This time, he looked at the many spaces in front of him and did not speak for a long time. However, at this moment, the space in front of them suddenly opened out of thin air, and another world appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them did not do anything, but the other world opened. The first thing that appeared on their faces was confusion. In this confusion, they saw the corresponding Zi Chen at the passage of the small world. That's right, it was Zi Chen. This was because Zi Chen also saw the two of them, and his pupils constricted slightly. Hurry! Yi Ming opened his mouth and wanted to shout for them to go in quickly. Of course, this sentence was shouted at Wharton. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Or rather, Wharton's reaction was too slow. Just as Wharton was at a loss and a second stunned expression appeared on his face, Zi Chen in their line of sight made his move. His move was very simple. He just exerted force, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. Across the passage, the two of them saw a golden fist light with a powerful aura pass through the space passage. In the space passage that had just been opened, the power of space became very unstable, and there was spatial chaos and time disorder in it. Their expressions changed drastically, but they could only put up a defense. The golden fist light passed through the space passage and exploded in front of the two of them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Golden energy surged, and a violent wave of air directly sent the two of them flying. Wherever the air wave passed, the two of them directly flew backward, and their line of sight was getting farther and farther away from the passage. It was not easy to open a passage, but it was easy to close it. The two of them thought at the same time that they were done for. If they wanted to find this passageway again, who knew how long it would take? Suddenly, a bald, brawny man appeared in their line of sight. He was wearing high defense armor and was standing outside the passage, blocking the violent energy. It was Shu Hu, the Shu Hu on the 3 lists. It was said that he was the strongest person in 1,000 years. The two of them immediately relaxed. As long as Shu Hu was there should be no problem guarding the passage. As for why he didn't enter, in this situation where space and time were in chaos, even the awakened pure-blooded Kusai of the soul-devouring clan would hesitate when facing this passageway. The two people who were flying backwards suddenly saw Shu Hu's body begin to glow. That was the sign of accumulating power. At a time like this, shouldn't he be stabilizing the passageway? Why was he accumulating power to attack? The two of them quickly understood Shu Hu's intentions. That unstable spatial passage had actually been forcefully closed by an external force. At this moment, no one could stop him. Since Shu Hu chose to attack at this moment, he must have found out the source of the force that closed the passage and was ready to kill it. Shu Hu used 3 breaths to accumulate power. Don't underestimate these 3 breaths. For someone like Shu Hu, sometimes 1 breath could decide the outcome of a battle. At this moment, Shu Hu used 3 breaths, which was enough to prove that the attack he was about to launch was one of his top attacks. After 3 breaths, a ball of light the size of a human head appeared in front of Shu Hu. The ball of light was filled with violent energy. He shook his hands, and the ball of light passed through the shrinking passageway and flew toward the small world. Then, the two of them saw a golden figure suddenly rush out of the small world. He actually stood opposite the ball of light, obviously ready to block it. He can block it, Wharton thought to himself. Idiot who seeks his own death. Yi Ming smiled coldly. Then, the two of them who were sent flying fell diagonally to the ground. They could no longer see anything. At this moment, Shu Hu was still staring at the ball of light. Kusai ran, and Manshur and the rest went to chase after him. However, at the last moment, Kusai opened the space passageway. Seeing Wharton and Yi Ming's figures appear outside, Zi Chen knew that he could not chase after them. Once the human army came in, this small world would probably be destroyed. At this moment, Mu Mu, who first sensed the abnormality, sent a voice transmission to Zi Chen. Zi Chen attacked without hesitation. This was the main reason why he was faster than the two of them. In his sight, Wharton and Yi Ming were sent flying by his punch. The space passageway was no longer stable. Zi Chen had achieved his goal. However, before Zi Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a bald, brawny man. As a famous powerhouse among the humans, Zi Chen naturally would not forget Shu Hu. The two of them would have to fight eventually. Standing outside the passageway, Shu Hu blocked most of the violent energy. He looked very relaxed. As expected of a powerhouse on the list. As soon as he appeared outside the passageway, he sensed everything that happened in this world. A beam of light immediately appeared in front of his chest. Almost in an instant, he made the most correct choice. He gathered his strength to attack, not a casual attack. Mu Mu's second voice transmission was sent out as Shu Hu gathered his strength, but it was slightly later than Shu Hu. He's locked onto me. The next attack will definitely kill me. Mu Mu, who had returned to the 9th level, naturally could not be wrong. He said that Shu Hu's next attack could kill him, so he would definitely be able to kill him. Zi Chen nodded heavily and did not say anything. Mu Mu did not continue to transmit his voice. He did not escape either. He still controlled the borrowed time power and forcefully closed the world passageway. 3 breaths passed, but the spatial passageway was not completely closed. Shu Hu's attack passed through the passageway and charged towards Mu Mu. Mu Mu was expressionless. His gaze was fixed on the spatial passageway that was getting smaller and smaller, as if he had ignored the attack that could kill him. Zi Chen suddenly jumped up and used his body to block the tyrannical light ball. Hum. Boundless golden light erupted from his body as wave after wave of powerful energy surged out. Amidst the golden light, silver light flashed out. At this moment, the gold and silver light was circulating on the surface of Zi Chen's body. It was very tyrannical. A light shield that contained the power of yin and yang first appeared on the surface of Zi Chen's body. The power of yin and yang rotated according to a certain trajectory and reached a certain balance. It would not explode immediately. This was the strongest defense that Zi Chen could maintain at the moment. After all, he was not a monk and did not have the strongest defense in the world. After maintaining the defense, Zi Chen looked ahead. It was not where the light ball was, but where Shu Hu was standing. Shu Hu was also looking at Zi Chen. There was a faint mockery on his indifferent expression. Zi Chen looked at him calmly. At this moment, this expression was completely provocative. Before the two of them could change their expressions, the light ball that contained the tyrannical power arrived in front of Zi Chen. Hiss. With a soft sound, the two forces began to clash. The path of the light ball was blocked by Zi Chen's defense. During this time, the light ball released its tyrannical power, while the defense on the surface of Zi Chen's body continued to rotate. In the process of rotation, the power of yin and yang balance was rapidly depleted. Of course, the tyrannical power that the light ball emitted was also being dissolved. When the powerful attack collided with the yin and yang defense, there was no violent explosion. There were only ripples that spread out. These ripples had already affected the space, causing the spatial power to be completely chaotic. At this moment, even if a 9th-tier cultivator came forward, his body would be instantly torn apart by these spreading ripples. Within Zi Chen's body, the power of yin and yang was frantically replenishing the depleted energy, but the defense on the surface of his body was still weakening. This was because Shu Hu's attack was simply too powerful. It was ridiculously powerful. Every time they clashed, there would be a ripple. Zi Chen had expended a lot of energy for this, but at the same time, the tyrannical power in the light ball would weaken a little. Even if this weakening of the tyrannical power was negligible, it was still decreasing. The light ball was still charging forward, while Zi Chen was retreating. In fact, he had not moved at all. It was the power of the light ball that was causing him to retreat. Wherever his feet passed, 2 deep marks would appear in the space, as if the ground had been plowed. Zi Chen's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but his expression was still calm. The sneer on Shu Hu's face was even more obvious. Zi Chen retreated again and again, and finally retreated to a place not far from the tomb. The defense on the surface of his body had finally reached its limit and dissipated. Shu Hu looked at the light ball moving forward with a smug smile. But in the next moment, this smirk disappeared. Zi Chen was still standing there, but this time, his body began to shine with pure silver light. At the position of his heart, 8 Xing Chen appeared. Within each of the Xing Chen, there was a 4-stroke rune. Previously, it was an energy defense. Next, Zi Chen used his physical defense. This was Zi Chen's last trump card. But it seemed to be able to block Shu Hu's attack. Therefore, when he looked at Shu Hu's calm face, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The sneer on Shu Hu's face finally turned into anger. This was not because of Zi Chen's physical defense, but because of this smile. In his opinion, this was mockery. Zi Chen was mocking his lack of attack. As a powerhouse on the list, known as the most powerful person in the past 1,000 years, how could he not be angry when he was mocked by a little guy of the 8th tier? He was angry, so he did not wait any longer. He shouted a word angrily. Explode. The light ball that was originally advancing courageously, and the tyrannical power contained in it was only slowly dissipating. But after Shu Hu shouted this word, the light ball directly exploded. The tyrannical power completely filled Shu Hu's vision, completely drowning Zi Chen, and then spreading in all directions. The whole world was trembling because of the light ball's explosion. The light ball exploded. Was Zi Chen alive or dead? No one saw it, and of course no one knew. Chapter 1678. In the second city of Imperial Sky City, there were 8th-level cultivators. Back when the Dax race had conquered the 7th-layer city, they had come here, but they had been stopped by the human army outside the city. Compared to the 7th-level city, there were more experts in this 8th-level city. In this city, there was also a towering pitch-black stone board. Standing anywhere in the city, as long as one raised their head, they would be able to see this board. This was the Honorable 8th-level General Board. Only 100 people could make it on the board. The Board of Generals was different from the Board of Soldiers. The former required one to kill enemies to earn contribution points. However, the Board of Generals was different. It didn't ask for contribution points, only battle prowess. If one's battle prowess reached a certain level, they would be recognized by the Board of Generals and enter the board. Therefore, many 8th-level cultivators would gather here every day. They dreamed of one day being able to make it on the board. Even if it was the last 100th place, it would still represent supreme glory. As for Long Fei's position in the first place, they didn't even dare to think about it. Every day, many cultivators would stand below the Board of Generals and attack with all their might. The Board of Generals would absorb this power and differentiate them to see if they were qualified to make it on the board. This happened every day, but the board had never changed in 1,000 years. Because Shu Hu was too strong, it was too difficult to push his position down. This directly caused the people who came later to lose their confidence in competing for the board. The reason why they came every day was 30% out of curiosity and 70% out of habit. On this day, as usual, everyone came to the Board of Generals and unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. Of course, the rankings wouldn't change. Next, a group of 8th-level cultivators would gather together and envy the experts on the board. Then, they would mock those who had just entered the 8th level and couldn't wait to come. They didn't even think about it. Back then, they seemed to have done the same. Just as they were talking, another 8th-level cultivator arrived outside the Board of Generals. This was a newcomer in the early stage of the 8th level. He looked at the black stone tablet and the golden board with curiosity and reverence. He was an expert on the board, but he didn't dare to show off because he knew very well that he was able to make it on the board because of Zi Chen, who was first on the board. If not for Zi Chen kicking everyone's name off the board, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to make it on the board with his contribution points. This time, he had come purely out of curiosity, but he still had some ideas in his mind. This was because he wanted to see if Zi Chen, who was rumored to be a god in 7-tier city, could create another miracle. Unfortunately, he was disappointed when he saw that Shu Hu was in last place. As expected, Zi Chen did not create another miracle. Could it be that he was just like the rumors, a lucky bastard? After seeing the powerhouses on the ranking list, he was a little disappointed and prepared to leave. However, the mocking laughter that came from not too far away didn't stop for a long time. His mouth moved, wanting to say that he was only here to see, but no one would believe him even if he said that. Hearing those harsh mockery, there was some anger on his face. Fortunately, since he was here, he had to strike a blow no matter what. Otherwise, if he just left like this, he might be ridiculed even more. Thus, he stepped forward, gathered his strength, and unleashed a powerful attack. The attack that he thought was powerful was actually a joke in the eyes of the crowd, because there was no lack of existences at the peak of the 8th level present. His attack naturally attracted another round of mockery. The mocking laughter continued to rise and fall. Suddenly, the unchanging list trembled. This tremor directly caused the entire city to tremble. Around the list of generals, the laughter of the crowd stopped abruptly. All of them raised their heads and stared blankly at the towering black stone list. Because they were close, they could clearly feel that the tremor was coming from here. But the list trembled. Didn't that mean that someone had entered the list? But looking at that guy who was at a loss, he was only in the early stages of the 8th level. His attack was not strong at all. How could he enter the list? After the tremor, the list of generals exploded with golden light, all the names lit up. Change of list, it's really changing list. Heavens, the list that hasn't changed for 1,000 years is finally changing. The crowd's exclamations continued to rise and fall. The dazzling list attracted even more 8th level powerhouses. Is it me? I've entered the list. The early stage 8th level powerhouse looked at the dazzling list, feeling like he was in a dream. The other powerhouses came, and after knowing the whole story, they all looked at the early stage 8th level powerhouse, their faces full of suspicion. It was this kind of guy that triggered the list. What kind of joke was this? He was only in the early stages of the 8th level. Puzzled, the crowd raised their heads and looked at the glowing list. As expected, the list changed from the last place. It meant that Shu, whose name began to emit golden light. This meant that Shu, whose past glory, but when the golden light reached an extreme, it slowly dimmed. This meant that a powerhouse had become a thing of the past, and a new generation of powerhouses was about to arrive. As Shu, whose name disappeared, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 100th place. Obviously, the name that appeared next would be the 100th place on the list of generals, becoming the first powerhouse to enter the list in 1,000 years. Under the anticipation of the crowd, that name appeared. At first, it was very dim, but then it became brighter and brighter, until it finally shone with golden light. Everyone saw that name clearly. Zi Chen. It's him, it's Zi Chen. The early stage 8th level powerhouse who was very excited earlier, when he saw that the name was not his, he was somewhat disappointed, but when he saw that the name on the list was actually Zi Chen, he became excited again. He has indeed entered the list, he is indeed a powerful existence, definitely not what the rumors say. He was only at the early stage of the 8th level and was too far away from entering the list, so at this moment, he was not jealous at all, but firmly believed in his guess. Who is Zi Chen? Where did this powerhouse come from? Why have I never heard of him? Zi Chen, I seem to have heard of him somewhere, it's somewhat familiar. The first place on the soldier ranking seems to be called Zi Chen. Could it be that Zi Chen who is first on the soldier ranking? The first place on the soldier ranking, yes, that person is called Zi Chen. For a time, there was constant discussion. Although it was only the soldier ranking, many 8th level powerhouses had heard of Zi Chen's name. Among them, there were a few who had fought side by side with Zi Chen, and knew how powerful Zi Chen's battle prowess was. A veteran who had participated in the siege of the city said, "It must be him. Back then, when I fought side by side with Zi Chen, he was only at the middle stage of the 7th level, but he could instantly kill an 8th level alien. With such battle prowess, once he reaches the 8th level, he can indeed enter the list, but he disappeared for so long without any news. Why did he suddenly enter the list?" That's right, he can enter the list without coming to test his strength. Have you heard of such a situation? Could it be that there is a problem with the list? Many cultivators were puzzled, and some of them went up to launch powerful attacks, but it was useless. In the field, an old man said, "Not all powerhouses on the list need to come here." "Old man, what do you mean? Could it be that there is a way to enter the list without coming here?" Don't tell me it's by using contribution points. Faced with this intentional mockery, the old man was not angry, but shook his head and said seriously, "Do you see the first name on the list? It is said that when Lord Long Fei entered the list for the first time, he did not come here to test his strength, but fought his way out." Fought his way out? This list can still be fought. Everyone was puzzled, and they all gathered in front of the old man to listen to his detailed explanation. Even that 8th level early stage expert who had been mistakenly thought to have entered the list walked over and sat to one side to listen quietly. Back then, no one knew why Lord Long Fei entered the list, but after a chat, everyone learned of the situation, and also learned of another way to enter the list. Everyone listened quietly, and the old man paused for a moment, then said, "That is to fight with an existence on the list." Fight with an existence on the list. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be stunned, and fell into deep thought. One of them could not help but snort, "I say, old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Right now, the weakest person on the list is Lord Shu Hu, but he has long since reached the peak of the 9th level. Don't tell me you think that Zi Chen fought with Lord Shu Hu, or that Zi Chen defeated Lord Shu Hu." The old man chuckled, "Of course it's impossible to defeat him. If Zi Chen had this strength, then he would have entered the list of commanders. I did not say that he defeated him, only that they fought." "What do you mean?" The previous person was very confused. As long as they fought, the world's laws would naturally be able to sense the upper limit of the two's strength. If Zi Chen fought with Shu Hu, then the world's laws would be able to detect Zi Chen's strength. If his strength was stronger than Shu Hu's, then he would naturally enter the list. Everyone listened attentively, and no one noticed that when the old man called Long Fei Lord, he called Shu Hu by his name. If that's the case, then the current Zi Chen is already stronger than Lord Shu Hu's. Then what level is he? 9th level? Ha. The old man laughed, but did not say anything. If he was 9th level, then he would not have entered the list. That's not right. Why would Lord Shu Hu want to fight with Zi Chen? They are both experts of the human race. How could they be enemies? Could it be that the two of them were exchanging pointers, and Lord Shu Hu wanted to help Zi Chen? Idiot, even if Lord Shu Hu wanted to help him, do you think the list is for decoration? Anyone can enter it if they want to. No one knew why Lord Shu Hu wanted to fight with Zi Chen. Even if some of them knew, they did not dare discuss the matter. The crowd dispersed one after another. Only the old man looked at the list with nostalgia and a gratified smile. Early 8th level felt that the old man should have his own story, but he did not dare ask. Just as the list was in an uproar, Shu Hu happened to return to the city with his men. After the spatial passageway closed, it never opened again. Yi Ming also lost his perception of the wisp of spiritual will. Everyone waited for a few more days, but there was no result. They had no choice but to return. As soon as the group arrived at the city gate, a cultivator came before Shu Hu and said, "Lord, 5 days ago, Zi Chen's name suddenly appeared on the list." Shu Hu, whose expression was already gloomy, turned even uglier when he heard that. Clearly, Zi Chen had entered the list and pushed him down. Thinking about it, it happened 5 days ago. Wasn't that when he fought with Zi Chen? This guy actually blocked one of my attacks and didn't die. Chapter 1679. The ranking of generals had not changed for a long time. Shu Hu was pushed down from the 100th position, while Zi Chen successfully entered the 100th position. When the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion. Even if Zi Chen was useless, he was equivalent to the next Shu Hu, another person on the list. Unfortunately, Zi Chen didn't know what happened in the outside world, nor did he know about the discussions. That day, he did block Shu Hu's attack, but he was seriously injured. As a result, Zi Chen took half a year to recover from his injuries. However, Shu Hu's attack gave Zi Chen a lot of feelings. After that, Zi Chen went into seclusion for half a year and improved a lot. Although he didn't break through the 9th level, he touched the 9th level barrier. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. After coming out of seclusion, Zi Chen gathered everyone for a meeting. "Have you found any traces of the Soul Eater clan?" Zi Chen looked at Mu Mu and asked. "No." Mu Mu shook his head. "That guy's injuries are very serious. Even if he broke through to the 9th layer, he would still need some time to heal. Counting the time, only 5 days have passed in the outside world. His injuries won't heal that quickly, Zichen said calmly. Viper, who had entered the 9th level, sat aside and said after a while, we don't have many resources left. It's time to exchange for resources. Zichen heard and smiled faintly. This time, we don't need to exchange for resources. What do you mean? Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. A few people guessed the reason and their eyes lit up. Zichen said indifferently, they have been oppressing us too much these years, and it's getting worse and worse. They keep giving and enduring. It's time for us to reap some benefits. We're finally going to get back our dignity. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Manshur and the others shouted excitedly. It was time to get back the humiliation and losses they've suffered over the years. Mumu asked, do you need backup? Zichen waved his hand. No need. This is a battle between us and the Alliance. Once you participate, the nature of the battle will be different. When do we leave? Manshur and the others stood up. The Solita clan may come at any time. We'll leave now. As they spoke, the 12 of them stood up and walked toward the teleportation array. The 12 of them dared to go against the entire Alliance. Viper was still in disbelief even after they left. Confrontation is one thing. I think the most important thing is that they want to use the battle to find an opportunity to break through. Tombkeeper said in a deep voice, perhaps, when they return, they will give us a big surprise. Shenka, we're under more and more pressure. We're running short of all kinds of resources. There's nothing to gain now. A middle-aged man in the 8th level stood moo 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 moo. Speaking of which, those old men with high statuses were no longer coming. They had already figured out the ins and outs of Zichen's group. As long as they proposed to increase the benefits and exert some pressure, they would definitely be able to get what they wanted. How much do you want this time? Shenka stopped what he was doing and looked up at them. Moo 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 moo. 8 times the profit, and you call it a big loss. You're really greedy. Old Shenka looked at the middle-aged man. Shenka, you're wrong. How can we be greedy? We're just forced by the situation. This time, 10 times the profit, under great pressure, we may not be able to gain anything. I've heard about Shu whose failure. Zichen is already on the ranking of generals. You really don't leave any way out for yourselves. Old Shenka shook his head. It's just the ranking of generals. Shu who is an expert on the ranking of commanders. So what? He's still a dog of the Wang family. The middle-aged man sneered. Seeing the man's expression, Shenka could guess the attitude of the 5 forces. He said indifferently, well, I'll definitely pass on the message. Well, no need. He's already here. You can go and tell him yourself. Shenka had already sensed the spatial fluctuations. This time, the spatial fluctuations were very intense. It seemed that Zichen was not the only one who had come. Well, I'll wait for him here. I'd like to see who this expert who just pushed Shu Hu down from the ranking of generals is. The middle-aged man sat down, his attitude very arrogant. Zichen and the others walked in from the back door. After killing giant dragons for over 100 years, even if they did not deliberately release their aura, they naturally exuded a murderous aura around them. Before they arrived, a murderous aura rushed toward them. The middle-aged man in the late 8th layer sensed this murderous aura and his expression changed. As soon as he looked up, he seemed to see a murderous giant dragon rushing toward him. The 8th layer cultivator jumped to his feet, his face full of shock and his expression very alert. Zichen and the others walked out, ignoring the overreacting 8th layer cultivator. Instead, they said to Shenka, old man, long time no see. Isn't it just a dozen days? Shenka said indifferently, not appreciating the gesture. I thought it had been a long time. Zichen smiled. Shenka glanced at the 8th layer cultivator, then looked up at Zichen and said, I can feel the murderous aura. It seems that you came prepared. Your perception is very sharp, worthy of praise. Zichen gave Shenka a thumbs up. You're Zichen. You're here to make a deal, right? This time, The benefits of the deal have changed. We want 12 times. Being ignored like this, the middle-aged man felt angry and deliberately raised the price. Chen turned around, looked at the middle-aged man who looked like an idiot, and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm from the Bai family." However, before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Chen interrupted him and said, "All right, it's enough that I know which family you're from. As for the rest, forget about it." "What did you just say?" 12 times the benefits. You're really greedy. Go back and tell those old bastards that I'm not going to make a deal with you. Also, tell those old bastards to wait, I'll visit them one by one. How dare you? Who are you to be so disrespectful to the elders? The middle-aged man glared at Chen with a face full of anger. Idiot, get the hell out of here. Chen glanced at the late-stage 8th divine transformation realm disdainfully and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and said to Schenker, "Old man, thank you for your help during this time. Now, you don't have to suffer in silence. Now, tell me which shops in this city belong to the 5 major families. What are you going to do?" Schenker looked at Chen. The middle-aged man also looked at Chen, but unfortunately, he couldn't hear the rest of the words. Because Mansha had already stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and directly threw him out of the door. Chen, who was smiling a moment ago, turned cold in the next moment, and said in a cold voice, "I'm going to take back the benefits that have been blackmailed for more than 100 years. Schenker looked at Chen, and Chen stared at Schenker. In the end, Schenker was defeated. After glancing at the 11 people, Schenker said, "Since you're so confident, I'll trust you one more time." While speaking, Schenker took out 3 pieces of brocade, on which detailed maps were engraved. After looking through the 3 pieces of brocade, Chen glared at him and said, "You old bastard, you've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you?" Old man Schenker said, "Back then, I was also a famous man. How could I be bullied by a bunch of rascals? Boy, it's up to you to vent my anger." "How can I just vent my anger? This time, I'll give you half of the benefits that I've taken back," said Chen. "Boy, you do have a conscience. Get out of here. I'll wait for your good news." Chen put away 2 of the pieces of brocade and took out the 3rd piece, on which some shops were marked. They were all the properties of the 5 major families. After walking out of Schenker's restaurant, Chen pointed at a 4-story shop and said, "That's the property of the Zhao family. 2 people are enough. I'll do it. I'll do it." Man Shi and Wu Xie spoke at the same time. The 2 of them stepped forward at the same time, but after taking a few steps, Wu Xie turned around and asked, "Is there a limit?" A cold killing intent flashed in Chen's eyes, and he said, "No." After this incident, he had completely seen through this alliance. For the sake of benefits, they would do anything. Since they had decided to make a scene, Chen had no scruples. "Okay." The 2 of them shouted in unison, and entered the shop with killing intent. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the 2 of them entered the shop. The next moment, the sound of energy vibrating was heard, followed by battle cries. In a place like this, Chen didn't need to worry about the 2 of them at all. He turned around and led the others to the end of the street. After walking for about 5 miles, Chen pointed at the 2nd shop and said, "This one belongs to the Bai family. Don't be shy." Shundao and Hidden Mist walked out and went straight to the shop. Then they went to the 3rd shop, the 4th shop, and in the blink of an eye, 8 people left. Now there were only 3 people and Chen left. Of course, the 3 of them were the 3 girls. It seemed that girls were too embarrassed to do such a thing. Chen could only lead them to the last shop. This was the Wang family's shop, and it wasn't small. Chen walked in. "What do you want to buy?" A level 7 female cultivator stepped forward, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. That was because there were 3 beautiful women following behind Chen. In the battlefield of despair, it was very rare to see such beautiful women. Chen smiled gently and said, "We're here to rob this shop." "Ah." The female cultivator was stunned. She looked up and down at the gentle young man Chen, but she was wondering why he would make such a joke. Chen stepped forward and stopped close to the female cultivator. Feeling the young man's breathing, the female cultivator panicked and looked at Chen timidly. Zi Chen patted the female cultivator's shoulder and said, "Now, please close the door." Not caring if the female cultivator would do as he said, Zi Chen walked into the shop and said, "Everyone, I want everything in this shop." All the cultivators present were stunned. The shopkeeper glanced at Zi Chen in astonishment and said, "Young man, do you know the price you will have to pay for what you just said?" Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "I want everything here. As for the price, since I, Zi Chen, dared to ask, I can naturally pay." Zi Chen, the number one soldier Zi Chen. His Zi Chen. The first person to take Long Fei's position in 10,000 years. For a moment, all the customers in the shop looked at Zi Chen in shock. When the shopkeeper heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately pressed the alarm next to him. Chapter 1680. As the shopkeeper, he was well aware of the weight of Zi Chen's name. Back then, before the invasion of the foreign races, he had already heard of this name and had sent people to secretly monitor him. Although he didn't know the real reason why the family was paying attention to Zi Chen, he could tell from the news that the family wanted to kill Zi Chen. In fact, several operations against Zi Chen had been planned from this shop. The shopkeeper had never seen Zi Chen before, but this name was like thunder to his ears. At this moment, when he heard that Zi Chen had introduced himself and asked for all the goods, he knew that something was wrong. It was obvious that Zi Chen's demand was not based on the usual method of purchasing. Even if he bought, how could Zi Chen's wealth compare to this shop? How could he buy everything in the shop? The female cultivator from before was stunned. Although she hadn't been in this shop for long, it didn't prevent her from hearing the name Zi Chen. He was the number one on the soldier ranking, the greatest glory of this city. Although in private, people said that Zi Chen was lucky, she insisted that luck was also a kind of strength. She wasn't from the Wang family, so she naturally didn't know about the conflict between Zi Chen and the Wang family. At this moment, she just stared at Zi Chen in a daze, unable to hide her excitement. Zi Chen was definitely a big shot here, and not everyone could see him. "Old man, please make way." Zi Chen glanced at the shopkeeper and guessed something from his constantly changing expression and attitude. Fortunately, he didn't hold back. How could a mere 7th-tier cultivator be Zi Chen's opponent? He stepped forward, grabbed the shopkeeper, and threw him out without any mercy. The other customers around, hearing Zi Chen's name, were so scared that they didn't dare to move, let alone stop him. After throwing the shopkeeper out and finding that no one moved, Zi Chen turned to look at the three women, a little puzzled. The three of them looked at Zi Chen without saying a word. Obviously, in such a situation where everyone was looking at them, it would be very detrimental to their image to let the three delicate beauties do the dry cleaning. Delicate. Zi Chen was skeptical when he used these words on the three women. The Wang clan's shop wasn't small. It would take him a long time to search it all by himself. Moreover, there was definitely a treasure trove here. There were many things piled up inside. Even though there were 4 people in his team, they might not be faster than Manshur and the others. Thus, he turned around and smiled faintly. Cultivating every day and dressing up appropriately isn't a bad idea. There should be many good things here that suit you. The 3 of them weren't idiots. Of course they wouldn't believe it. Moreover, how could there be anything suitable for their level in such a rundown place? Zi Chen continued, "Of course, there's no equipment that suits you, but there are plenty of small accessories. If you're lucky, you might be able to find something that can help you maintain your youthful appearance." The 3 calm women's expressions changed slightly. No woman could resist the temptation of beauty, especially those beautiful women. Even if they knew that the possibility of getting something good here was not high, they still moved. The woman was very meticulous, so the search went very smoothly. "Who are you? Get out of the way." During this time, some shop guards also rushed over. However, most of them were in the late stage of the 7th tier, so they couldn't do anything. With a wave of his sleeve, Zi Chen directly swept away the people who came over. It was really too easy for him, who was at the peak of the 8th tier, to ransack this place. Why haven't the city guards come yet? The shopkeeper stood together with the other shop staff, looking somewhat anxious. One had to know that many of those guards had close ties with the Wang clan. At this moment, when they heard the alarm, they should have arrived long ago. However, the shopkeeper didn't know that the alarm was not only ringing in his shop. The alarm was also ringing in the other 4 shops. As long-established forces, the other 4 shops occupied more advantageous positions. Relatively speaking, the guards arrived first. However, it was useless. However many people rushed in, they would be thrown out. How could they, who had just entered the 9th tier, be a match for the experienced guards? Damn it, this is rebellion, rebellion. Men, gather all the guards in the city. The leader of the guards who was thrown out crawled up and said with a livid expression. Because the city was lost last time, the city lord couldn't absolve himself from the blame. As a result, this city didn't have a new city lord, so the leader of the guards had a lot of power. In front of so many 7th tier cultivators, they were thrown out by 2 8th tier cultivators. It was really embarrassing. For a moment, all kinds of signals were shot into the sky, and all the guards in the city moved. A 9th tier guard looked at the shop in front of him and said, "Sir, what should we do now? Are we going to let them ransack it?" The leader of the guards said unhappily, "What else can we do? Didn't you see the corpses on the ground just now? If we go in again, we'll die." Then, the guard's expression changed. Obviously, he knew that this shop had a strong background. "Don't worry, they won't be able to get out." The leader of the guards was very confident. All the 9 layers of guards in the city began to move, each of them surging with killing intent as they flew in the direction of the 5 shops. When the other cultivators in the city saw this, they also curiously surrounded them. What happened? I don't know. It seems like someone ransacked the shops. It's the foreign race. No, it said that it's Zi Chen, the first on the soldier ranking. Zi Chen? How is this possible? Why is he ransacking human shops? More and more cultivators rushed over. When they heard that Zi Chen had ransacked the shops, they all found it hard to believe. However, looking at the guards outside the shops who only surrounded them and didn't attack, they could guess that it was indeed Zi Chen. Only Zi Chen, who was now first on the soldier ranking and 100th on the general ranking, could make so many guards afraid. Wu Xie and Man Shi spent a full 15 minutes, beating, killing, and threatening at the same time, taking away everything in the Zhao family's shop. In addition to the interspatial bags that they had on them, they had enough to take away everything in the shop. When they walked out of the shop and saw the 9th tier guards, Man Shi snorted in disdain. Although they were all in the 9th tier, they might not have all advanced here. Some of them came in at the 9th tier and didn't really fight with the foreign race. As for their real combat power, they were not even comparable to some 8th tier cultivators. The murderous aura around him surged, and the guards' expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously stepped back with pale faces. Man Shi followed Wu Xie and walked forward. 5 of them dared to stop him. Shun Tian and the others were not slow either. As soon as Man Shi and Zhao Zhouge walked over, they saw the 2 of them walking out of the shop. They didn't need to use their spiritual senses to know where Zi Chen was, so they walked to the next shop surrounded by guards. They didn't dare to make a move when there were only 2 of them. Now that everyone was gathered together, the guards didn't dare to make a move rashly. Soon, the 8 of them gathered and walked to the shop where the Wang family was. At this time, the 3 girls had just finished collecting the items in the shop, and Zi Chen was still asking for the location of the treasure vault. Thinking back to the guards who were easily thrown out, everyone trembled and didn't have the slightest determination to resist. Many guards appeared, but they didn't dare to come in. They just surrounded the shop, obviously afraid. If even the guards were afraid, how could they not be afraid? However, the old shopkeeper of the Wang family was very stubborn. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on Zi Chen. "Do you still need to ask? Just search his soul." At this moment, the Dark Mantle and the others walked in. For a moment, the murderous aura in the hall became very dense. Some people who were worried directly fell to the ground in fright. After the Dark Mantle came in, they directly grabbed the old shopkeeper and began to search his soul by force. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The old shopkeeper's whole body was trembling involuntarily. Looking at the old shopkeeper and the cold and emotionless expression of the Dark Mantle, The female practitioner felt that compared to these latecomers, Zi Chen, who was first on the soldier ranking, was very kind in his conduct. The scream lasted for a full minute before the dark mantle threw the old shopkeeper away. The latter's eyes were dull, like a soulless zombie. This old thing is really bad. During this period, he gathered people to scheme against you several times. They were all quite insidious. Moreover, this is a stronghold. Those people from the Wang family who schemed against you are all staying here. The dark mantle said indifferently. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this. Only now did they understand that there was actually another reason for Zi Chen to suddenly come and rob. Then, the dark mantle turned and went deeper into the shop. Obviously, he was going to retrieve the items in the treasury. After a while, the dark mantle returned and nodded at Zi Chen. The group of 12 people turned and walked out of the shop. At this moment, over 100 guards of the 9th level were gathered outside the shop. Among them, there were 5 guard leaders. All of them were at the mid-9th level and their combat strength wasn't weak. Zi Chen, do you know what you are doing? Seeing Zi Chen come out with people, one of the guard leaders said coldly. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know. By doing this, you are making an enemy of the humans of the Imperial Sky region." The guard leader said again. Making an enemy of the humans of the Imperial Sky region? Zi Chen's expression turned cold when he heard this. Are you going to tell me that making an enemy of the humans is the same as making an enemy of a foreign race? The guard leader wanted to nod because that was indeed the case. However, he didn't know why, but when he saw Zi Chen's cold gaze, he didn't say what he was going to say. Instead, he fell into silence. I don't know if you have gathered all the guards here, but I am sure that many of you have seen the soul-devouring clan enter the city with your own eyes. Some of you even provided shelter for that soul-devouring clan member. As soon as Zi Chen's voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. The soul-devouring clan was a real foreign race. They were very powerful and were definitely an enemy of the humans. If what Zi Chen said was true, didn't that mean that someone in the city was colluding with the soul-devouring clan? For a moment, the gazes of many cultivators fell on the guards of the 9th level. This made the guards very uncomfortable. The guard leader was about to say something, but Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be in a hurry to deny it, and don't try to shirk responsibility. I don't want to pursue this matter because it's meaningless. This time, my target is the Imperial Sky Alliance, not you guys. So, get out of my way quickly. Who do you think you are to retreat just because you say so?" Another guard leader said coldly. "Wu Xie." Zi Chen called out softly. Chapter 1681. Holding the bloody head in his hand, Wu Xie said disdainfully, "This fellow jumped out on his own before we even thought about killing him. Does he really think we are decorations? We can't even sense such an obvious killing intent." The head in Wu Xie's hand belonged to a guard leader. He was a middle-stage 9th layer expert, a genuine expert. However, before Wu Xie, he could not even block a single blow and was beheaded. Since the other party dared to speak, he was naturally prepared to fight. Unfortunately, it was useless. When the guards saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. A few people who knew what was going on subconsciously looked in other directions. The guard leader who spoke turned his head to look at the other 3. The 3 of them shook their heads in confusion, indicating that they did not know anything. Clearly, the guard leader who died allowed the soul-devouring race to enter the city. Looking at the group of guards in front of him, Zi Chen said blandly, "Get out of the way. The best ending for you is to die on the battlefield against the non-human kind, not in some meaningless infighting." The group of guards hesitated. The guard leader from before gave Zi Chen a deep look and waved his hand, saying, "Disperse." The group of guards opened up a path, and Zi Chen walked forward. As for the other 9th layer guards who intentionally let the soul-devouring race in, Zi Chen could not be bothered with them. The group returned to Schenker's store. Old man Schenker welcomed Zi Chen with a smile. "Good lad. Today is really a good day for you." Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "This is just the prelude. The real show has yet to begin." As they spoke, everyone opened their spatial pouches and poured out their items. In the blink of an eye, The small room was filled with all kinds of colorful materials. However, there were still many things in the spatial pouches. Schenker laughed and waved his sleeves. The materials in the entire room disappeared in an instant. Next, the dumping continued. This repeated several times until all the loot was emptied. This is just the interest, not the share. After saying that, Chen led the group out of Schenker's little store and headed for the second Imperial Sky City. The weakest ones there were at least level 8, and the level 9 protectors were not as weak as here. What followed next would be a great battle. Damn it, this guy must be crazy. He dares to attack the 5 great clans with just the 12 of them? Lunatics, a bunch of lunatics. This middle-aged man was from the Bai clan, and was precisely the one who was thrown out of Schenker's little store by Man Shi. He happened to see Chen's crazy behavior, but fortunately, he didn't stupidly stop them. Instead, he quickly returned to the city to report. At the city gate, 9 guards recognized the middle-aged man from the Bai family. They greeted him familiarly, but the latter was in a bad mood. He ignored them and entered the city directly. Elder Zong was not in the city. Only a steward from the Bai family was in charge. "Uncle, something bad has happened." The middle-aged man came in from outside, looking very flustered. "Why are you so flustered?" The steward of the Bai family frowned, dissatisfaction written all over his face. "Uncle, that Chen said he won't trade with us anymore. He even looted our Bai family's property." "What? Looted property? Where did you hear that?" The steward of the Bai family stood up abruptly. "I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Uncle, quickly call for help. I suspect that Chen will soon bring people to loot our place." The middle-aged man appeared very anxious. "Tell me what happened first," the steward of the Bai family said. Then, the middle-aged man explained in detail what happened. After the steward of the Bai family heard it, he couldn't help but sneer. "They are merely 12 level 8 immortals. How dare they not put our Bai family in their eyes? Even Shu Hu, an expert on the ranking list, wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to us." The middle-aged man said with a sullen face, "Uncle, he isn't just being disrespectful to our Bai family. He is being disrespectful to all the clans. I can feel that Chen really wants to make a big fuss this time. He is coming for our alliance." The steward of the Bai family said coldly, "So what? At most, he is just another Shu Hu. Could it be that he thinks of himself as another Long Fei?" Chen wasn't Long Fei. He had never thought of himself as Long Fei. That was because Long Fei, who was famous back then, didn't have 11 capable experts following him. As an expert on the ranking list, Chen's combat strength isn't weak. Why don't we let Shu Hu deal with Chen? Let them fight each other. I think Chen will definitely die. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he suddenly said. "Shu Hu has already left. I heard that he went to negotiate with the soul-devouring clan. He won't be back for now," the steward of the Bai family said angrily. "Then what should we do? Even without Shu Hu, there are still others. I don't believe that a mere Chen can ignore the rules." Chen and his group of 12 people went directly to the second city. They were stopped at the foot of the city. It was the guards of the city. All of them were at the 9th level. They lined up in a row and blocked their way. Behind the army was a group of 8th level cultivators. At this moment, they all stuck their heads out and looked ahead curiously. In addition to some curious people, there were also people from the 5 major clans behind. They hid in the curious crowd and glanced coldly at Chen and his group. "Halt your steps!" A loud shout came from the front. A mid-9th level expert walked out of the group. Chen and his group naturally wouldn't stop. Instead, they went straight ahead. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. His Chen, the one who pushed Shu Hu's position down. Chen, an expert on the ranking list. It said that he was outside when he entered the ranking list, just like Lord Long Fei. Could it be that these guards are here to prevent Chen from entering the city? There were many discussions in the crowd. "Take another step forward and you'll be killed without mercy." The guard shouted again. His expression was cold and his words were full of killing intent. Zi Chen halted his steps. He turned his gaze to the guard and asked, "What did you say earlier?" "I said, take another step forward and you'll be killed without mercy." The mid-ninth level guard coldly spoke. "This is a human city." "Naturally. But I'm a human." "Naturally." Zi Chen coldly spoke. "Since this is a human city and I'm also a human, why are you bringing people here to block my way? Are you tired of living?" That guard wasn't afraid at all. He calmly replied, "Zi Chen, you should be very clear about what you have done in the Royal Sky City. You have broken the rules. Before the punishment is determined, I have the authority to stop you from entering." Zi Chen stared at the guard. "Who wants to determine my punishment?" "You." "Naturally, it's the strongest alliance in our Royal Sky region, the Royal Sky Alliance." "That filthy alliance, what qualifications do they have to control me?" After that, Zi Chen coldly spoke. "Next, I'm going to enter the city. Whoever dares to obstruct me will be considered a foreign race in my eyes. I've never been courteous to foreign races." As the sound of his voice faded, Zi Chen stepped forward. Behind Zi Chen, Manshur and the others followed. The distance between both parties was less than 100 meters and the distance was getting shorter and shorter. The guard raised his weapon and coldly spoke, "Everyone, there's someone who forcefully entered the city and even slandered us. What do you all think we should do? Kill." Thunderous battle cries rang out. The distance between both parties was less than 50 meters. The eyes of the guard in the lead flashed with a cold light. Wielding a long spear, he rushed towards Zi Chen. Spear light flashed as his killing intent enveloped Zi Chen. Zi Chen had no expression on his face, he didn't slow down his steps. With the first step, the sound of thunder could be heard from his flowing blood. With the second step, lightning flashed as Xing Chen appeared. With the third step, Zi Chen clenched his fists as terrifying energy gushed forth. Boom! With the fourth step, Zi Chen punched out. The fist light with violent energy whizzed forward with the momentum of breaking through the air. The fist light hit the spear light. The terrifying energy shockwave caused the guard to fly backward with his spear. While flying backward, many cracks appeared on the spear in the guard's hand. Then, the spear directly exploded. A ninth-grade weapon was shattered by Zi Chen's punch just like that. The guard's face was filled with horror as his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a ninth-grade Xing Chen, but his weapon was shattered by Zi Chen in one move. The guard who stood out today was either a member of the 5 major families or had received a lot of benefits. Zi Chen hated this kind of people the most. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he punched out again. Boom! This punch hit the guard's chest and instantly broke through his defense. The powerful energy entered his body and directly extinguished his vitality. 2 punches to kill a mid-stage 9th-grade Xing Chen. Such combat strength made everyone's expression change. The other guards didn't stop because of the death of their companion. Their murderous intent surged. Kill! With a loud shout, Manshur and the others rushed forward. They weren't as merciful as Zi Chen, who used killing moves immediately. After transforming, Manshur kicked a person away. The moment the person's body flew backward, Manshur lifted his foot and stomped hard. The sound of bones breaking came from the ground. Manshur strode forward, and a mangled corpse appeared on the ground. Die! The vertical eye between Wu Xie's eyebrows opened. A ray of destructive light rushed out and shot directly at a 9th-grade guard. The guard blocked with his weapon, but his weapon was instantly pierced. Then, the ray of death pierced through the guard's forehead. It was a complete instant kill. For example, Shuntian and the others also displayed powerful and terrifying strength. They didn't hold back at all and used killing moves as soon as they attacked. More than 100 9th-grade guards attacked 12 8th-grade guards. But in an instant, they were beaten to a pulp. There were many casualties. In the distance, a group of cultivators who were watching the show were shocked when they saw this scene. Those who said that Zi Chen was just lucky were so shocked at this moment that they couldn't say a word. Zi Chen's group of 12 reached the city in the blink of an eye. More than 100 9th-grade guards, and more than 30 of them died. Kill these damned bastards. Those who colluded with the foreign races can't be left alive. This city is sacred. How can we let you bastards who colluded with the foreign races barge in? The ninth-grade guards behind them shouted. Their killing intent didn't diminish. Zi Chen, who was about to enter the city, stopped when he heard this. He slowly turned and looked at those who were still alive. The reason why they were alive wasn't because they were strong, but because Zi Chen couldn't bear to kill too many people. In this place, the death of every human expert was a loss to the Royal Sky region. Chapter 1682. Zi Chen hated people who did evil under the guise of righteousness. These guards could stop him. After all, they were on different sides. Zi Chen didn't hold any grudges. Everyone could attack and use their full strength. Life and death were up to fate. But, as a ninth-stage cultivator, a peak existence in the domain realm, he was practically an overlord in the outside world. It was impossible for such an existence to not know right from wrong. You can pretend to be righteous and fight for humanity, but don't belittle others. Don't step on others for your own sake. But more importantly, don't provoke me and don't step on my head. Colluding with outsiders. Sacred city. Thinking about how those guards had personally let outsiders into the city, Zi Chen felt a nameless flame ignite in his heart. Although it was only a few words, they had truly angered Zi Chen. Perhaps these people knew that they were no match for him and were just trying to regain some face. But now, no matter what their goal was, they had to bear the consequences. Zi Chen, who was about to enter the city in one step, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at those guards. Killing intent surged around him, and a sheathed saber appeared in his hand. Zi Chen hadn't used a weapon before, but now he used it. Holding the sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right, he instantly pulled out the saber. Rays of light flashed, and rays of saber light began to flicker. Then, these rays of saber light began to merge and shot towards the ninth stage guards in 8 different directions. Puff! 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 8 rays of saber light directly pierced into the bodies of 8 ninth stage guards. All 8 of them collapsed. 5 of them died, and the other 3 were seriously injured. Shang Guanhong's figure flashed, and she arrived beside the 3 seriously injured guards. She held a sword that emitted green light in her hand, and 3 rays of sword energy shot out. The sword energy chopped off the heads of the 3 guards cleanly and decisively. In the blink of an eye, 8 people had died. The spectators' faces were filled with shock. Obviously, Zi Chen had truly unleashed his killing intent at this moment. The other guards, who were preparing to charge, saw this situation and their expressions changed greatly. Kill! Zi Chen shouted again. He wasn't going to give these people any chance to live. Man Shi and the others followed suit, not showing any mercy. All kinds of energy vibrated, and the 9th layer guards fell one after another. All of them were at the 9th level. They were extremely powerful existences. But today, they were killed as easily as cutting grass. You traitors! You colluded with the non-human kind. Even if we die, there will be others like us. Knowing that he was going to die, one of the guards threw caution to the wind and loudly slandered Zi Chen's group. However, before he could finish his words, a bright blade light flashed past his neck. Pu! Blood spurted out as a human head flew high into the air. Zi Chen, no matter how powerful you are still a disgrace to the human race. Another voice sounded not far away. Go to hell! Wu Xie coldly shouted. A beam of death shot out from his forehead, instantly killing this person. The group of 12 unleashed their full power. The vibrating energy was terrifying, and the spectators in the distance kept retreating. These people had thoroughly infuriated Zi Chen. Naturally, none of them would be left alive. Seeing such a massacre, some people in the crowd couldn't help but sneer. They turned and ran into the city. As soon as they entered the city, they shouted, "There are traitors slaughtering the guards outside the city. Everyone, quickly go and help." Zi Chen, ranked 100 on the ranking of generals, has sided with the non-human kind. Right now, he is wantonly slaughtering the guards. Everyone, quickly go and help. Fight for the human race. All kinds of voices and shouts rang out continuously. Many cultivators in the city flew out. When the other guards in the city heard this, They also continuously sent out signals to gather. Soon, the guards gathered one after another. They were all at the 9th level. The leader was a late-stage 9th level. He should be the leader of the guards. He shouted at the group, "Everyone, there are people outside who are slaughtering our comrades. It's said that they are experts on the ranking of generals. What should we do? How dare they act so atrociously in Imperial Sky City? Even if they are experts on the ranking of generals, we will kill them without hesitation. How dare they collude with the non-human kind? Kill them without mercy. In this battle, even if we have to fight to the death, we must kill those bastards." Very soon, voices filled with righteous indignation rang out from the group. Immediately after, under the influence of these voices, the group of several hundred 9th-level cultivators surged with frenzied killing intent. The late-stage 9th-level cultivator was very satisfied with this result. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the other 4 leaders and asked, "Everyone, what do you think?" A tall and thin man among them said coldly, "Of course we will kill them. We will not tolerate this kind of thing." The late-stage 9th-level cultivator nodded. He looked at the other 2 and asked, "Leader Mo Shaw, Leader Sai Ken, what do you think?" Sai Ken was wearing a green battle armor. He looked at the group filled with righteous indignation. He thought for a moment and was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He blurted out, "We will not participate in this matter." An uproar rang out from the group. Everyone looked at Leader Sai Ken in disbelief. The late-stage 9th-level cultivator was even more stunned. The late-stage 9th-level cultivator wanted to say something, but Leader Mo Shaw suddenly said, "Everyone, I just received news that the non-human kind might be invading. Everyone, follow me." After saying this, Mo Shaw did not greet the others. He flew to the side. No matter how you looked at it, it did not seem to be the direction outside the city. The group was even more shocked. However, their leader had already left. What were they still doing here? For a moment, everyone followed. In the blink of an eye, one of the 4 large groups was gone. Sai Ken cursed inwardly for being cunning. However, he had no reason to do so. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the towering list. His eyes lit up as a plan came to his mind. "I also just received news that the non-human kind is invading and preparing to attack the list of generals. Now, we will go and protect the list of generals." Sai Ken's subordinates were all stunned. The non-human kind was invading and attacking the list of generals. What the hell was going on? However, Sai Ken clearly had no intention of explaining. He turned and left. The entire group followed. In such a large city, the city guards were divided into many groups. At this moment, of the 4 groups that had just gathered, 2 had actually left. However, the other groups still had not arrived. The 2 leaders of the 9th-level cultivators had ugly expressions. This seemed to be very different from their original plan. The 2 leaders who had clearly been mobilized had actually changed their minds at the last moment. Mo Shaw and Sai Ken arrived at the list of generals one after the other. Then, the 2 looked at each other and were both stunned. "Mo Shaw, what is the meaning of this?" Sai Ken asked coldly. "I should be asking you what is the meaning of this. Why did you bring people here instead of exterminating the non-human kind?" Mo Shaw asked back. Sai Ken cursed, "Non-human kind my ass. Those fellows really think that everyone is an idiot." Just as the 2 leaders were conversing, the guards who had followed behind were all puzzled and confused. Sai Ken glanced at the people behind him and did not explain. In fact, even now, he did not understand why. Although he had long seen through the intentions of the 2 leaders, he did not mind doing them a favor. As for the end, the 2 of them secretly glanced at the old man sitting quietly beside the list of generals. He was looking up at the list of generals with a nostalgic expression. The 2 who knew the old man's identity did not dare to disturb him. After a moment, the old man smiled. "Interesting, very interesting. Perhaps the legend will be rewritten today." The 2 of them did not understand. However, following the old man's gaze, they saw a name on the list. It was Zi Chen who had pushed Shu Hu down. Failing to achieve their goal, the 2 leaders were somewhat depressed. However, they could only go and stop Zi Chen first. If they really allowed Zi Chen and the others to enter the city, it would be troublesome. However, they were still a step too late. Or rather, they had underestimated the combat power of Zi Chen and the others. Before they could reach the city gates, Zi Chen and the others had already entered. As for the guards outside the city, they had all turned into corpses with residual warmth. The second brocade recorded the properties of the 5 major families. Zi Chen had already memorized it. As soon as he entered the city, he released his spiritual senses to check the exact direction. "Follow me," Zi Chen shouted. There were many experts in the city. The group could not be separated. The others followed closely behind Zi Chen. There were originally many 9th-level guards in the city. However, at this moment, the guards were nowhere to be seen. Zi Chen continued forward. When he reached the first shop, he did not encounter a single guard. "Stop!" Several 9th-level guards rushed out from the shop. However, as Zi Chen slashed with his saber, they all died. "Die!" Another roar sounded. This time, a 9th-level guard came. Soon after, many more guards came from behind. Zi Chen's cold eyes swept over this person. Without any movement, the void behind him split open. A fist light emitting the light of thunder appeared. The dazzling fist directly hit the 9th-level guard. However, the fist light did not explode. Instead, it rushed forward with the 9th-level guard. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the straight line of the fist light was the towering list of generals of the Land of Despair. The fist light, along with the 9th-level guard, hit the list of generals and exploded with a boom. The 9th-level guard's body instantly turned into nothingness. Violent energy scattered in all directions. Some of the violent energy surged into the list of generals. As soon as the list of generals absorbed the energy, it began to tremble. Then, it caused the city to tremble. In the next moment, the list of generals shone with a dazzling golden light. This was a sign that the list was changing. Below the list of generals, the old man saw this scene and smiled in relief. He said, "We have a successor." As for Mo Shou, Sai Ken, and the other guards, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. Not only did one punch kill an early 9th-level guard, but the remaining energy fluctuations caused the list to change again. If Zi Chen really landed a punch on it, how powerful would it be? Zi Chen and the others had already rushed into the shop. This was the shop of the Bai family. After entering, all who tried to resist were killed. However, at this moment, in the city, few people paid attention to this massacre. Most people were looking at the list of generals that was shining with golden light. This time, on the list of generals, there were 2 names shining with dazzling golden light. In other words, the names of 2 cultivators were about to fall. Similarly, Zi Chen was about to advance by 2 ranks. However, this was only the aftermath of killing a 9th-level guard. If Zi Chen had attacked with all his strength, how much would his ranking have advanced? Chapter 1683. On the roll of generals, golden light shone. The names of the 2 experts slowly faded away. Zi Chen's name moved up by 2 places, and he was now ranked 98th. Below Zi Chen's name, the 99th and 100th places were empty. Now, as long as there was an 8th-tier cultivator who channeled even a trace of power to the roll of generals, he would be able to enter the roll of generals. He would still be ranked 99th. To the cultivators in the city, they didn't know anything about the 5 aristocratic families or the Imperial Sky Alliance. Most of them had nothing to do with them. In their hearts, the change of the roll of generals was a big deal. Looking at the empty roll of generals, many people's eyes burned with passion. As for Zi Chen and the others who rushed into the city and robbed the shops, fewer people paid attention to it. After entering the Bai clan shop, Manshur and the others rushed to the counter where the items were placed and began to wantonly collect the items. Refined weapons, collect. Condensed pills, collect. Refining materials, collect. As long as it was a resource, as long as it was placed on the counter, they would collect it all. Collect, collect, collect. Other than the person, they collected everything else. The 8th-tier customers around were terrified and scattered to the side. Occasionally, some experts loyal to the Bai clan would jump out. Without Zi Chen's help, the 3 women who weren't robbing would kill them without hesitation. Man Shu and the others were wantonly looting, but there were also some bold customers who took the opportunity to collect some items that they had been eyeing for a long time. Zi Chen and the others turned a blind eye to this and pretended that they didn't notice. Because there were too many resources here, they didn't care about losing 8 or 10 items. The dark screen dashed forward and caught a few people with high positions. He didn't interrogate them and directly searched their souls. In the eyes of the Bai clan, Zi Chen and the others were invaders. They were like wolves and tigers, committing all kinds of crimes. Bang! A violent energy blasted open the door of the shop, and the entire door shattered. A 9th-tier late-stage leader rushed in with a group of 9th-tier cultivators behind him. As soon as he entered, he saw the chaotic scene and a cold murderous intent appeared on his face. He pointed at Zi Chen and the others and shouted, "Kill them." Zi Chen turned around and looked at the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator. The latter immediately felt a chill in his heart. In the next moment, he saw a huge fist of light appear behind Zi Chen. The fist light was completely composed of the power of thunder and lightning. It surged with a terrifying aura and rushed toward him. Sensing the formidable power of the fist, the late 9th heaven stage cultivator's expression changed, and a light barrier immediately lit up around his body. The speed of the meteor fist was too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the late-stage 9th layer Divine Emperor, bringing with it a violent energy fluctuation that transformed into a violent hurricane. This gust of wind howled in the hall, and the early-stage 9th-tier guards stopped in their tracks. The fist light collided with the defensive barrier, and the 9th-tier late-stage cultivator's face gradually turned pale. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The power contained in this attack was too strong, and he almost couldn't block it. Boom! The fist light suddenly exploded, and the violent power wreaked havoc. The late-stage 9th-tier cultivator coughed out and was sent flying out of the hall. One strike, just one strike. He crawled up from the ground, his face filled with deep shock. He never would have thought that Zi Chen, who was merely in the 8th rank, would actually be able to match him, who was in the 9th rank. It was not a match, but a suppression. He was stunned. He looked toward the hall and saw that his subordinates who had rushed in were all lying in a pool of blood. During this time, the saber light kept flashing, and shrill screams were heard. He was from the Bai clan. When he heard that Zi Chen had already killed his way into the city, he went straight to the Bai clan. However, in consideration of the other clans, he still sent some people out and didn't bring everyone. Even so, he brought nearly 30 people with him. But now, 30 people were no match for one person. Not only that, the 30 people wanted to escape, but they couldn't do so. Phut! Finally, one of them rushed to the door. When he saw his master, there was a hint of joy on his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to shout something, but his strength disappeared in an instant. The 9th-tier guard fell, and Zi Chen's figure appeared behind him. He sheathed his saber and smiled malevolently at the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator. The latter couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously took a few steps back. Ignoring him, Zi Chen turned around and entered the shop, continuing to loot. Looking at Zi Chen's back, the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator's face turned very ugly. Then, he realized that cold sweat had already drenched his body. A long-lost fear appeared in his heart. Because of this fear, he didn't dare to rush in. He could only watch as the Bai clan's shop was looted. I wonder how the discussion went. The late-stage 9th-tier cultivator gritted his teeth and left decisively. The looting of the Bai clan's shop came to an end. However, this was only the first shop. In this 8-tier city, the Bai clan had many shops. Nothing in the city could escape the attention of those who were observant. During this time, Sai Ken and Mo Sho, who hadn't made a move, had been paying attention to Zi Chen and the others with their spiritual senses. When they saw the late-stage 9th-tier cultivator leave with their own eyes, their expressions changed. "Master, is that Zi Chen really that strong?" Sai Ken turned around and looked at the old man, asking respectfully. That old man was the one who once called Master Longfei by his name. After hearing that, he smiled gently and said, "Whether he is strong or not, you will see soon. He has already scared off the Bai clan cultivator." Now, in this city, who can stop him? Mo Sha didn't understand. Of course it's that cultivator. The old man looked towards the center of the city. The city lord's mansion. Could it be the city lord? However, so many guards didn't move. Obviously, they have seen through their scheme. How could the city lord make a move? The old man smiled and said, all the schemes in the world are ultimately just benefits. As long as the benefits are enough, not to mention the city lord, even the city lord on the other side will make a move. Master, could it be that you? Sai Ken asked carefully. The old man laughed and said, if the benefits are enough, of course I will make a move. Unfortunately, they can't give me enough benefits. The two of them still didn't understand. It should be known that the 5 great clans controlled the entire alliance. They could even take out an imperial weapon. What price could they not pay? As if guessing what the two of them were thinking, the old man said, a mere imperial weapon is not enough for me to make a move. It is also not enough to pay the price. All right, in a while, you will naturally understand. The plundering of the 5 great clans continued. Those who rebelled were all killed. There were no accidents during this period. There were some guards in the middle who saw that the situation was not good and ran away. Obviously, the fact that so many guards in the city did not make a move and even hid was enough to show that there was something fishy going on. On the other side, the 5 great clans were close to despair. They didn't dare to imagine that they, who controlled the entire alliance, would be suppressed by a mere 12 level 8 humans. What was even more frightening was that the stewards of the 5 great clans had disappeared. At this moment, the 5 stewards were in the city lord's mansion, calculating the benefits and losses with the man sitting on the main seat. After paying a considerable price, the city lord in black armor finally nodded and said, all right, I will take care of this. The 5 great clans were completely relieved. Although the price they paid was a little high, compared to the losses of the 5 great clans' businesses in the city, it was still a little smaller. The man in black armor turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the city lord's mansion, rushing towards Zi Chen and the others. Coincidentally, Zi Chen and the others had just finished plundering a shop and were preparing to go to the second one. Feeling the thick murderous intent, everyone's expression changed slightly. Man Sha shouted and completed his transformation, blocking in front of the black light. Bang! With a loud bang, Man Sha was directly sent flying, coughing up blood. When his body landed, he had been beaten back to his original form. Man Sha! Wu Xie shouted, his expression was ferocious. The vertical eye between his eyebrows was aimed at the black shadow. As the light of death shot out, the black shadow's body turned into a phantom and dodged the attack. Before the Book of Destiny could lock onto the black shadow with the Book of Destiny, he saw the black light rushing towards him. Without saying a word, he changed positions. Boom! A violent energy exploded at the place where the Book of Destiny had just stood. The golden summoned creature that had 1/10 of Zi Chen's combat power, who had switched positions with the Book of Destiny, suddenly exploded. Retreat! The black light's strength caused everyone's expression to change. At this moment, Zi Chen shouted and flashed forward. For a moment, he, who had turned into a golden light, was constantly fighting with the black light. During this time, the sound of energy explosions was constantly heard. Man Sha and the others retreated again and again, looking at the sky in shock. They didn't expect that there would be such an existence in this city. The 2 rays of light suddenly separated. Zi Chen stood on one side of the sky with a serious expression. The black light turned into a figure and appeared on the other side, staring coldly at Zi Chen. Who are you? Zi Chen asked in a low voice. He had already seen that the opponent was very strong and difficult to deal with. He was almost no weaker than Shu Hu. You came to my city to kill people, and you still ask who I am? The man in black armor said indifferently. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He said in surprise, you are the city lord of this city. Below, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. They looked at the man in black armor. If you retreat now, I can forgive your disrespect. But from now on, you are not allowed to step into this city again. If not, I will kill you without mercy, the man in black armor said coldly. I'm afraid you alone can't stop me. Chen smiled coldly. He turned into a golden light and rushed toward the man in black armor. You are courting death. The man in black armor's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. He raised his hand and made a killing move. A terrifying power surged like a black dragon, rushing toward Chen. Boom! The golden light Chen turned into was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the black energy rushed toward Chen and sent Chen flying. He flew for more than 10 miles before crashing to the ground. Manshur and the others' faces changed. They immediately turned into flowing light and chased after Chen. The city lord in black armor smiled coldly and turned into a black light and flew into the sky. Chapter 1684. The battle between Chen and the city lord was merely a test. Neither of them won or lost, so it was considered a draw. Hence, the following conversation between the two occurred. After their conversation, Chen transformed into a golden light and took the initiative to attack. The city lord retaliated, and Chen was defeated. He flew back more than 10 miles and landed beside the general's list. At this moment, many guards and cultivators were gathered beside the general's list. On the list, Chen's name was dazzling with golden light. It represented supreme glory. Below the list, Chen was lying on the ground in a sorry state. This scene was so ironic in the eyes of the crowd. Many people felt stifled because the strong cultivator on the list was defeated just like that. The other party only used one strike. This had always been their pursuit, their goal. But now, this goal and pursuit were wavering. Some cultivators felt that it was too unfair because the city lord used his realm to suppress others. This was not a battle of the same level. Mo Shor and Sai Ken stood aside, their faces full of shock, astonishment, and confusion. Didn't the lord say that Chen was a strong cultivator? But why was he defeated in one strike? Was it really because of the difference in realm? One had to know that Chen had scared off several late-stage 9th-tier cultivators just now. They turned back to look at the old man. He lowered his head and looked at Chen, his expression still calm. Before Manshur and the others arrived, the city lord had already turned into a blacklight and arrived here. He stood in the air and looked down at Chen, saying indifferently, "Don't play dead. I only used the power of the peak of the 8th tier just now." Below, the crowd was in an uproar. He defeated Chen in one strike, and only used the power of the peak of the 8th tier. Didn't that mean that Chen was no match for the city lord at the same level? Then why didn't the city lord enter the list? Could it be that the list was also fake? The people who were originally trying to absolve Chen of his defeat were now at a loss for words. They realized that the things they had been holding on to were no longer the same as before. For a moment, many people were at a loss for what to do. Chen slowly got up. Apart from some dust on his body, which made him look slightly disheveled, everything else was fine. He lifted his head to look at the Black Armor City Lord and said calmly, "I believe that you didn't use your full strength in that move earlier. However, I don't believe that you only used the power at the peak of the 8th tier. Why wouldn't I?" The City Lord looked down at Chen. "If you were already so powerful when you were at the peak of the 8th stage, would Shu Hu even have a chance to be on the list? Are you saying that I'm not as good as Shu Hu?" The Black Armor City Lord stared at Chen. Chen smiled faintly. There was already an answer in his smile. Shu Hu is a powerhouse on the list, but you are not on the list. The answer is obvious. The words of the Black Armor City Lord were simply asking for humiliation. "I'm very curious. Why did you come here in defeat on purpose?" The Black Armor City Lord asked. He knew very well how strong his attack was. It was far from enough to send Chen flying so far away. However, Chen clearly had an ulterior motive for flying here. The Black Armor City Lord looked at the old man and frowned slightly. If Chen was relying on him, then even he, as the City Lord, felt that it was very troublesome. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not very likely. If Chen was really relying on this person, then there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. There was some commotion in the crowd. Some people who were extremely disappointed with the list heard Chen's words at this moment, and their hearts were rekindled with hope. When Man Sure and the others arrived and saw the confident smile on Zichen's face, they were all relieved. Patting the dust off his body, Zichen walked towards the list of generals and said, "The reason I came here is that I can see that you're in some trouble." The Black Armor City Lord frowned and looked down at Zichen. "It's just trouble." Zichen emphasized, "It's just trouble. I've never been afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid that trouble will implicate my friends, so I came here to settle things." The Black Armor City Lord looked at the old man again, wondering if he wanted him to be the witness for a fair duel. Zichen did not notice the City Lord's abnormality. He walked in front of the list of generals and pressed one hand on it. Then, his body began to emit light. Golden light, silver light, gold and silver light. Zichen became very dazzling. A powerful aura was released from his body. Light gushed out from his palm and went towards the list of generals. Hum. The list of generals began to tremble, causing the entire city to tremble. This was a sign that the rankings were changing again. "Are you asking me to witness your ranking rise?" The City Lord smiled coldly. "You can say that." Zichen replied indifferently, and the golden power continued to be channeled in. The name on the 97th position lit up, but just as the light lit up, the name on the 96th position also lit up, followed by the 95th, the 94th. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although they had already expected Zichen to go all out and his ranking would rise again, they definitely did not expect that Zichen's ranking would jump to the top 20. No, it was not only the top 20, the 21st name also lit up, the 22nd, everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked at the names flashing with golden light on the stone tablet in disbelief. Next, they would all be removed from the list. In the blink of an eye, the names of 50 experts lit up, but all of this was not over. Zichen had already stopped exerting his power, and he looked up at the list. His expression was calm, but he was still a little nervous. Fortunately, the ranking rose very quickly, which proved that Zichen's combat strength was indeed very strong. Under the shocked and horrified expressions of the crowd, a total of 88 experts' names lit up and then slowly disappeared. Zichen's name rose to the 10th position in one fell swoop. The 10th position on the ranking of generals was a great honor. It was much better than the top 100. If one could enter the ranking of generals, they would definitely be able to enter the ranking of commanders if they grew up smoothly. Since Zichen was able to enter the 10th position on the ranking of generals, a conservative estimate was that he would be in the top 50 on the ranking of commanders. This ranking, it was unknown how many streets behind Shu Hu. Shu Hu, who was in the top 100, was already very famous. Zichen, who had a chance of entering the top 50, had a limitless future. Looking at the 10th place, the people in charge of the 5 great families actually felt a trace of regret. If they had not opposed Zichen in the beginning, and had instead intended to rope him in, perhaps the scene would have been different. But there were not so many IFS in the world. Now that they were enemies, they naturally had to kill Zichen. Fortunately, even though he had displayed such power, Zichen was still in the 8th level. As long as he was in the 8th level, he would not be a match for the City Lord, who was one step away from the Emperor level. It would be very easy for the City Lord to kill Zichen. "You have surprised and shocked me. However, the greater the potential you have displayed, the greater my desire to kill you." The City Lord's cold voice rang out again. When the other cultivators heard this, they felt that it was a pity. Such a powerful existence had encountered an even stronger existence. They believed that if the two of them were at the same level, even the City Lord would not be a match for Zichen as long as Zichen reached the 9th level. However, Zichen was only at the peak of the 8th level, not the 9th level. Although they were only one small step apart, the difference in combat strength was very large. The old man looked up at the ranking list. Apart from anticipation, there was not much emotion on his face. He did not express any opinion about the City Lord's threat. Mo Shor and Sai Ken found that they could not see through this person. Was he trying his best to protect Zichen, or was he not willing to interfere in this matter? Zichen was unmoved by the City Lord's cold and murderous words. He did not show any excessive emotions. He only shook his head and said indifferently, "Being in the 10th place can also be considered as having great potential." That one sentence caused a commotion in the crowd again. Mo Shao and Sai Ken were slightly stunned. The city lord frowned again. The old man's eyes lit up. Could it be that Zi Chen has not used his full strength? That's impossible. To be able to get to the 10th place in one go is already very strong. Could it be that Zi Chen still has other tricks up his sleeve? Everyone looked at Zi Chen. They did not dare to believe that he still had other tricks up his sleeve. However, Zi Chen was too calm at this moment. He was so calm that everyone could not help but believe that he still had other tricks up his sleeve. Zi Chen raised his hand. On his palm, gold and silver light flowed. This time, the energy was limited to his palm. It did not surge through his entire body. The gold and silver light flowed in a balanced trajectory. It gradually became more and more intense. Everyone present was a cultivator. If they were in the outside world, they would be city lords. Naturally, their knowledge was extraordinary. As the gold and silver light continued to expand, someone let out a cry of surprise. These are two types of energy. Previously, there was also gold and silver light around Zi Chen's body. However, the gold light belonged to the energy in Zi Chen's body. As for the silver light, it belonged to the battle technique. But now, the gold and silver light were two completely different types of energy. Although both emitted lightning on the surface of their bodies and could be called lightning energy, there was an essential difference between them. One was yang lightning that carried blazing energy, while the other was yin lightning that emitted gentle yin energy. The yin and yang energy had actually appeared on one person. At this moment, all the cultivators who sensed these two completely different types of energy lost their composure seriously. Mo Shao and Sai Ken lost their composure. The city lord lost his composure. Even the old man looked at Zi Chen in surprise. Boom! Zi Chen's glowing palm suddenly pressed against the ranking of generals. With a loud bang, the entire ranking of generals shook violently. The dimmed ranking of generals once again erupted with dazzling golden light. It's lit up. It's lit up again. His ranking is going to move up again. As expected, he held back. Zi Chen is really strong. Amidst the exclamations, the 9th name lit up, then the 8th, then the 7th, the 6th, the 5th, all the way to the 4th. Compared to the other exclamations and excited crowd, Zi Chen was extremely nervous at this moment. For some specific reason, he had to break into the 1st place in one fell swoop. Although he was already in the 4th place, he was still 3 places away from the 1st place. 3 places, and the strongest 3, there was a huge gap between them. Fortunately, the golden light was still shining and he squeezed out the 3rd place. The 2nd place was Wang Yuanshan, and the 1st place was Long Fei. If Zi Chen broke through one more place, he would squeeze Wang Yuanshan out. For a moment, the Wang family cultivators in the city had unnatural expressions. The golden light did not extinguish. Wang Yuanshan's name lit up, indicating that Zi Chen had successfully entered the 2nd place. Everyone held their breaths. If he became the 2nd place, he might become the 1st. And Long Fei had occupied the 1st place for 10,000 years. Was it possible to squeeze out Long Fei's ranking today? Everyone was looking forward to it, but they were also very nervous. Zi Chen was also nervous, perhaps even hundreds of times more nervous than the others. Chapter 1685. The 2nd name on the Badlands general ranking lit up with a dazzling golden light. It was Wang Yuanshan, a legendary figure of the Wang family and the current vice-domain lord of the Imperial Sky region. The reason why the Wang family could enter the battlefield of despair and become one of the 5 great powers was because of Wang Yuanshan's contributions. Wang Yuanshan was a figure of the same generation as Long Fei and had occupied this spot for 10,000 years. Today, this name would fade away and Wang Yuanshan's traces in this city would be erased. Zi Chen would take his place and become the 2nd. This was a historical moment. No matter when, the 2nd place would be the center of attention. When Wang Yuanshan entered the 2nd place, the whole city cheered and excited. But this time, when Zi Chen was about to enter the 2nd place, the whole city was silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. Because everyone, including the person involved, Zi Chen, was staring at the 1st place of the Desperate Zone's General Board. There was a legendary name there, Long Fei. He had occupied the first place for more than 10,000 years. He was the true number one person in the Imperial Sky region for 10,000 years. But today, this name would become a thing of the past. Everyone in the city held their breaths, including those who were enemies of Zi Chen. Everyone was very nervous now, but they were suppressing their excitement. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Fei's name with anticipation. In the sky, the Black Armor City Lord was also staring at the Desperate Zone's General Board. Mo Shor and Sai Ken opened their mouths wide. Everyone was very nervous, but all of them added together couldn't compare to Zi Chen's. If he couldn't reach the top this time, then his plan would end in failure. Facing the Black Armor City Lord and so many 9 layers guards in the city, whether they could keep their lives was a problem. Zi Chen had long expected that there would be experts blocking his path. And the scene in front of him was the key to breaking out of this situation. Although he didn't know Long Fei's true strength, Zi Chen had a good understanding of himself. Before coming here, he had simulated it many times. With the perfect series and 2 types of energy, he felt that he wouldn't be weaker than Long Fei, who was at the same level. Now that it had really happened, the lives of Man Shu and the others were completely in his hands. Zi Chen realized that he was actually very nervous. His heartbeat quickened as he stared at the first position. As an atheist, he even began to pray in his heart. Buzz. As if praying had received the blessings of the gods, the soldier list trembled slightly, and Long Fei's name lit up. Who? Zi Chen heaved a huge sigh of relief. His tense body instantly loosened, and he almost collapsed. Only then did he realize that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Cheers, uproars, and roars rang out in the next moment. The entire city cheered. Everyone was very excited. Looking at Long Fei, who was gradually fading away, and looking at Zi Chen's name that was gradually solidifying and shining brightly, the new generation replacing the old. Following this, the history of the battlefield of despair would be written by Zi Chen. Man Shu and the others shouted at the top of their lungs. This was a historical moment that would have a great impact on the entire Royal Sky region. So what if you're number one? Being number one on the general rankings doesn't mean you're number one on the martial rankings. An indifferent voice rang out amidst the cheers of the entire city. This voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread to every corner of the city and into everyone's ears. The clamor in the city stopped, and the cheers of the entire city instantly disappeared. The entire city became quiet again, and the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Dead silence. Only then did everyone remember that there was still an opponent waiting for Zi Chen. This opponent wasn't an 8th layer, nor an ordinary 9th layer, but a peak 9th layer. He was only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Although this half a step might be impossible for him to take in his entire life, the peak was still the peak. He definitely wasn't someone that a mere Zi Chen could fight against. Moreover, this was a city lord, one of the 3 cities in the Royal Sky region. His battle prowess was naturally much stronger than those of the same level. If the 12 of them worked together, they might not have a chance of winning. They might be able to escape. However, if there were 12 of them, how many would die and how many could escape? With a flash of light, silhouettes appeared one after another, standing around Zi Chen. They were the 11 people from before. The 11 of them raised their heads, their eyes filled with resolute killing intent. Obviously, they all felt threatened by this city lord. If they wanted to live, they could only fight to the death. This was the battlefield of despair. Apart from people like Long Fei, who dared to claim to be invincible. However, even Long Fei at the peak of his life was still troublesome. For example, last time, when the skeletal dragon ship appeared, Long Fei stopped. Although some people said that there were other factors, more people believed that it was because of fear. Feeling the killing intent in the sky, Zi Chen's expression was still calm. Since he had successfully reached the top, he wouldn't be afraid even if Shu Hu came here, let alone a mere city lord. One had to know that Zi Chen's enemy wasn't the city lord, but the expert on the list, Shu Hu. Beside the list, the old man finally revealed a smile when he saw Zi Chen in first place. The threat of the black-armored city lord caused a trace of dissatisfaction to flash across his face. He glanced at the black-armored city lord, and his gaze landed on Zichen. He saw how calm Zichen was. Therefore, a look of interest appeared on his face, and he decided to watch the show. Many people present saw Zichen's calmness, but they were all puzzled. They couldn't understand how Zichen could be so confident when there was such a huge gap between them. Zichen's eyes gradually turned cold. "You want to kill me, so I won't be polite to you." The black-armored city lord sneered and said, "You're boasting shamelessly." A blood-colored crystal appeared in Zichen's hand. There were many fine lines on the crystal. Many people present recognized the blood-colored crystal. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Summoning crystal." The blood-colored crystal was also called the summoning crystal. It was a unique benefit of the Zhanwu continent in this world. It could summon something from the domain world. At this moment, seeing Zichen take out the summoning crystal, many people guessed Zichen's intention. Obviously, he was so confident because of this summoning crystal. Therefore, they were all very curious about what the blood-colored crystal could summon. A powerful weapon. Furthermore, it was a peculiar item. Everyone was curious, but some people were puzzled. If Zichen was so confident, why didn't he take out the summoning crystal earlier? Why did he deliberately come here and climb to the top of the ranking of generals? In their eyes, this was completely unnecessary. Because if he summoned that thing, he couldn't climb to the top after killing the city lord in one fell swoop. Suddenly, someone thought of a problem. Could it be that the condition to complete the summoning crystal was to become the top of the ranking of generals? This was the only way to explain why Zichen came here, why he insisted on climbing to the top, and why he took out the summoning crystal only now. If this was the case, then everyone could hardly imagine what the thing that needed to be first on the ranking of generals could be summoned. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, and then he nodded in realization. In the sky, the confident black-armored city lord's face gradually turned gloomy. He was not stupid. Of course, he guessed the reason. Zichen had already crushed the summoning crystal. The power of the laws erupted and completely enveloped him. Under such circumstances, no one dared to make a move. Unless they had the confidence to resist the punishment of the laws. Naturally, the black-armored city lord did not have that confidence. He could only watch with a grim face to see what Zichen could summon. The others were curious as well. Under the shroud of the laws, a silver light appeared. Within the silver light were a series of withered bones that did not seem like anything good. But if one were to look at the entire situation, these were wings made up of withered bones. They could be called bone wings. This is. Looking at the 6 wings on Zichen's back, the old man's pupils dilated. For the first time, his expression changed drastically. Utmost treasure of the thunder race, bone wings of the thunder god. Hey! Something doesn't seem right. Not everyone recognized the heaven's thunder wings. But, there were quite a number of people who did. Soon, exclamations rang out one after another. It's the heaven's thunder wings. The heaven's thunder wings of the thunder race. To think that Zichen would summon the heaven's thunder wings. That's right. He had been using the power of thunder all this while. Seems like Zichen is from the thunder race. I heard that the thunder race has been destroyed and is on the decline. To think that such an existence would appear again, the voices of discussion continued. Knowing the heavenly thunder wings, they naturally knew that the 9 lightning fleeting flashes was known as the fastest footwork in the world. So it's called the heaven's thunder wings now. The old man sighed. To think that it's the heaven's thunder wings. Hey, this is going to be a good show. Seeing the heaven's thunder wings, Mansha was completely relieved. He crossed his arms and smiled coldly at the black-armored city lord. Let's see what this old thing will do next. Shuntian Dao shook his head and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect Zichen to summon the heaven's thunder wings. But it seems that the price is too high. Indeed, only the number 1 could summon the heaven's thunder wings. It was obvious how high the price was. Since Long Fei had been number 1 for 10,000 years, of course, he had his own strengths. Even Shuntian Dao, who had refined the devouring god seal, dared not say that he could suppress Long Fei. Perhaps only Zichen, who was at the same level, could push Long Fei down. The others knew Zichen very well. Naturally, they knew that Zichen had the heaven's thunder wings. With the heaven's thunder wings in hand, Zichen could be said to be like a tiger that had grown wings. Eliminating the black-armored city lord was really not a problem at all. The group was no longer nervous. They were completely relieved and chatted and laughed. In the light of the rules, the heaven's thunder wings completely appeared. According to Zichen's will, it turned into a thunder force and poured into Zichen's back. The heaven's thunder wings completely merged into his body. The light of the rules slowly dissipated. Zichen's back flashed with silver light and 6 wings spread out. At this moment, Zichen's body flashed with golden light. The thunder wings on his back emitted silver light. He was like a thunder god. In his eyes, the originally blurry space rules became clear at this moment. In his line of sight, every space was so obvious. Zichen even saw 4 or 5 space nodes at a glance, which could allow him to reach the black-armored city lord in one step. He slowly raised his head and looked at the black-armored war god. His whole body surged with fighting spirit. The battle begins now. Chapter 1686. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zichen, who was at the peak of the 8th stage, fought against the black armor city lord, who was at the peak of the 9th stage. In the eyes of the crowd, this should be an earth-shattering battle, no less than the commotion caused by the powerhouse on the list, Shu Hu. However, Zichen, who took a step forward, did not directly attack the black armor city lord. Instead, he disappeared after taking a step forward. Everyone was stunned. The black armor city lord's pupils could not help but shrink, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. With another step, Zichen appeared behind the black armor city lord without any warning. Teleportation. This was teleportation. All of the cultivators in the city who saw this were deeply shocked. This kind of teleportation was extremely rare even in the Zhonwu continent, let alone in the oppressive battlefield of despair. It was said that here, only a few powerhouses could make a breakthrough in the power of space and reach the level of teleportation. For example, Wang Yuanshan, Long Fei, and some other true powerhouses from 10,000 years ago, or the Soul Devourer clan who was born with the power of space. But now, Zichen displayed the power of teleportation. This was something that even Long Fei, who was at the same level, could not do. It was also something that the current Shu Hu could not do. Everyone's mind was shocked. Boom. As soon as Zichen's figure appeared, the Black Armor City Lord sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and black energy surged around his body. He turned around and struck a powerful blow behind him. The dark energy, with a terrifying oppressive force, swept through the space and went straight to Zichen, who had just appeared. The distance between the two sides was less than 2 meters. The Black Armor City Lord gathered his strength and struck again. Zichen, who had just appeared, had no time to react and was hit by the dark energy. Boom. The dark energy exploded and scattered in all directions. The Black Armor City Lord sneered. Although he could not teleport, he had a good understanding of space. Zichen wanted to use this sneak attack, but it was undoubtedly a daydream. The violent energy engulfed Zichen and tore apart Zichen's body. The eyes of the black-armored city lord, who had exchanged blows with Zichen, flashed with a trace of astonishment. He had already sensed where Zichen was and had sealed off the surrounding space with a powerful strike. He hadn't expected that Zichen would still be able to escape, leaving behind only an afterimage. The space fluctuated again, and Zichen reappeared behind the black-armored city lord. Murderous intent flashed in the latter's eyes as he turned around and launched a powerful attack. With another afterimage, Zichen's real body disappeared. The same thing happened twice in a row. The Black Armor City Lord could not help but feel anger in his eyes. Swish. Swish. Zichen's figure flashed again and again, completely displaying his teleportation divine ability. He kept appearing beside the black-armored city lord. The old man raised his head and saw this scene. He shook his head and said, "This battle is over." Hearing this, Mo Sha was puzzled. It's over. Even if Zichen can teleport, it can only guarantee that he won't lose. His attacks are not strong and might not be able to break through the city lord's defense. Beside him, Sai Ken nodded slightly. Mo Sha's analysis was on point and very thorough. The old man's eyes were fixed on Zichen. He smiled faintly and said, "We will see the result soon." The two of them looked at the old man anxiously, but the old man clearly had no intention of continuing to explain. He just looked up at the battlefield in the sky. In the sky, the black-armored city lord seemed to have gone mad. He kept launching attacks in all directions, and Zichen's figures appeared one after another. But every time, the black-armored city lord could not catch Zichen's real body. D***MNit, do you dare to face me head-on? The black-armored city lord was flustered and exasperated. He kept roaring. D***MNU, die. The energy vibrated, and another afterimage exploded. But with a flash of light, another Zichen appeared on the other side. The black-armored city lord turned again and continued to launch attacks. Below, the crowd looked up at the sky. Seeing the battle there, their expressions became sluggish. The black-armored city lord kept attacking, and one black figure after another flashed. But the real Zichen stood at the side, crossing his arms and looking at his opponent mockingly. "Zichen, do you dare to face me head-on?" The black-armored city lord's angry voice resounded throughout the city. "As a powerhouse on the list, comparable to Long Fei in the past, I didn't expect you to be just a rat." The black-armored city lord did not seem to have lost his mind in anger. He still knew how to provoke Zichen. "You can't even find my real body, and you still dare to say that you want to face me head-on. Do you think you are worthy of facing me head-on?" Hearing the voice from the side, the black-armored city lord was stunned. He turned around and looked at Zichen's real body. At this moment, there were still figures flashing in all directions around him, but they were all clones. Looking at Zichen's mocking smile and the cultivators below with different expressions, the black-armored city lord knew that he had been fooled. His eyes were burning with anger. "Go to hell." The black-armored city lord rushed towards Zichen with murderous intent surging. Zichen looked at the black-armored city lord coldly, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. It was a long spike that looked very sharp. On the surface of the spike, there were barbs that emitted a cold aura. The old man, who had been very calm, had a change in expression after seeing the long spike. There were still some people in the city who knew the origin of this weapon. Their eyes were all fixed on the Star Illusion Dragon spike. Seeing this strange weapon, the black-armored city lord's pupils shrank slightly. He fully released his powerful energy and was ready to attack with all his strength. At this moment, Zichen in front of him swayed slightly, and then came forward. The black-armored city lord glanced at Zichen in front of him with disdain. He turned around without hesitation, and the surging energy directly attacked behind him. The violent energy surged, and the entire space was distorted and trembling. Not to mention one person, even a group of people would die instantly if they were enveloped by the energy attack. All the cultivators in the city looked up with their mouths agape. They looked at the city lord in the sky with all kinds of complicated expressions on their faces. Some of them even had obvious mockery, as if they were looking at an idiot. Indeed, the city lord really looked like an idiot, and the things he did were also idiotic. That was because Zichen was clearly in front, but the city lord had turned around at the last moment. That powerful attack, which had been accumulating power, had been sent to somewhere behind him. There was nothing there, and the powerful attack had been wasted. Zichen in front of him directly went forward and used his strange weapon to penetrate the black-armored city lord's back. Looking down at the weapon that came out of his chest, the black-armored city lord's face was filled with shock, confusion, and fear. He clearly sensed the fluctuations in space, and clearly sensed that Zichen had appeared behind him. But why did it turn out like this? Even if his judgment was wrong, this shouldn't have happened. His defense was extremely strong. Below, everyone looked at the city lord, who they usually respected, as if they were looking at an idiot. Such an idiot deserved to be killed. Zichen pulled out the dragon spike, which still had some pieces of the city lord's heart on it. The black-armored city lord felt the energy in his body flowing away quickly. This was a sign that his life was about to fade away. He couldn't accept it. He was terrified. He turned around with great difficulty and saw an indifferent and handsome face. Thinking about the promise that the 5 great clans were willing to make, it wasn't that they were stupid, but that this person was too difficult to deal with. Perhaps, this was the next Long Fei, or perhaps, this was an existence even stronger than Long Fei. His life force flowed away along with his energy. The black-armored city lord's body fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground with a loud bang. Everyone looked at Zi Chen in the sky in a daze. He, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, actually killed a peak of the 9th rank. Some of the experts from the 5 great clans had ugly expressions. Now that the city lord was dead, they didn't have any experts that they could bring out. They did have one, but he didn't want to fight in the first place. Now, they couldn't afford to pay the price. Putting away the dragon spike, Zi Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Loot all the properties of the 5 great clans. Kill all those who try to resist. Zi Chen, we are all humans. We shouldn't kill each other." A voice came from below. It was an early-stage 8th rank cultivator. Zi Chen glanced at him and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Then, a fist light fell from the sky and went straight for the cultivator. "Zi Chen, you." The cultivator's expression changed and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Boom. The fist light exploded and energy surged. The cultivator of the 8th rank died. The others' expressions changed and they retreated. Looking at the incomplete corpse, Zi Chen smiled sarcastically and said, "You should have said this when the city lord appeared. He's telling the truth. Don't tell me you want to kill everyone here." Another voice sounded and another person appeared in the crowd. Crash. As soon as the voice sounded, the surrounding cultivators scattered in an instant, afraid of being affected. In the blink of an eye, only the shocked cultivator of the 8th rank was left. Boom. The golden fist light fell and exploded. The cultivator of the 8th rank died. How overbearing. What's the difference between your actions and those of the other races? Another voice sounded in the crowd, but this time, the voice was faint and came from all directions. "You're courting death." Murderous intent flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. He pointed a finger and a golden fingerprint with a powerful aura fell from the sky. Feeling the power and terror of this attack, the cultivators all dodged. However, the killing intent of the fingerprint had already locked onto one person, causing that person's expression to change greatly. After the fingerprint killed that person, Zi Chen said indifferently, "Hurry up and do it." A golden spiritual sense was sent out. There were many light spots in it, and each light spot was the property of the 5 great clans. Man Shu and the other 11 people spread out and went to 11 different properties. The city lord was dead. Other than the 5 great clans, no one would dare to find trouble with Zi Chen at this moment. "Sir, what do we do now?" Mo Shu and Sai Ken looked at the old man. A hint of disdain flashed in the old man's eyes. That idiot is dead. So what if he's dead? But those properties in the city. The two hesitated. All these years, the 3 cities of the Imperial Sky have been in a mess because of those clans. "It's time to clean it up," the old man said indifferently. Since the old man had spoken, the 2 of them naturally had no objections. After all, it wasn't their property that was stolen. "Little friend Zi Chen, can you come down for a chat?" Just as Zi Chen was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. Zi Chen lowered his head, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 1687. With a glance, Zi Chen saw the old man. In the next moment, he felt a dangerous aura from the old man. Zi Chen thought that he wouldn't be afraid if he saw Shu Hu, but with just a glance at the old man, he actually had such a feeling. Moreover, the old man was so close to the general leaderboard. It was obvious that he didn't just arrive there. He had been standing there for a long time, but he didn't notice it at all. Sure enough, in this battlefield of despair, there were countless experts. No matter what, one couldn't be careless. However, with the heavenly thunder wings, Zi Chen wasn't afraid. With a step, he teleported to the old man's side. Mo Shu and Sai Ken felt the murderous aura from Zi Chen and subconsciously took a few steps back. "Zi Chen greets senior." Zi Chen cupped his fists and bowed. The old man waved his hand and said, "I don't dare to accept the title of senior. I believe that it won't be long before you can see little friend on the general leaderboard." Zi Chen smiled modestly. Mo Shu and Sai Ken were shocked when they heard this. This meant that Zi Chen would soon break through to the ninth heaven. May I know why Senior is looking for me? Zi Chen asked. The old man smiled and said, this old man is Zong Yongxi, from the Imperial Sky Alliance. Zi Chen took a step back with a vigilant expression. Don't misunderstand. This old man is from the Imperial Sky Alliance, but I'm definitely not from the 5 great clans. This is different. Zi Chen looked at the old man. The 5 great clans belong to the Imperial Sky Alliance. The Imperial Sky Alliance doesn't only consist of the 5 great clans. Zi Chen nodded. It seemed like the 5 great clans couldn't cover the sky with one hand in the Imperial Sky region. I'm guessing that you'll definitely go deep into the 5 great clans' headquarters next. The old man asked. That's right. I'm going to take back the interest that belongs to me. Zi Chen didn't deny it. What about now? The old man asked again. Zi Chen's expression changed. If he hadn't met the old man, Zi Chen would have advanced without hesitation. But now, he was a little hesitant. The elder was very strong, but he might not be able to kill him. He had the ability to teleport, so he could still run if he was in danger. However, whether Heavenly Dao and the others could successfully escape was another matter. Ever since the old man registered himself, Moshe and Sken had been looking at Zi Chen, as if waiting for something. But no, Zi Chen was very calm. This made the two of them very disappointed. At the same time, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although you have a lot of potential and can be compared to Long Fei back then, you shouldn't be so calm when you hear the 3 words Zong Yongxi. At this moment, Zi Chen's expression changed as he cried out in alarm, Zong Yongxi, ranked 11th on both the soldier and general rankings. Zi Chen finally remembered why this name sounded so familiar. It turned out that it was a powerhouse on the list. However, apart from Shu Hu, who was a 1,000-year-old expert, the rest of the people on the list were all people from 10,000 years ago. Could it be that this old man was someone from Long Fei's era? Just as Zi Chen was guessing whether the other party was also on the commander rankings, a guard leader beside him said, Sir's position on the commander rankings is also 11th. Zi Chen was filled with deep veneration. No wonder he felt danger at first glance when he saw the other party. At that time, he even compared the other party to Shu Hu. Looking at it now, this old man was 10 streets ahead of Shu Hu. Just as Zi Chen was muttering to himself, the old man said, let's go. Let's find a tavern to sit down. There's a deal that you might be interested in. The plundering of the 5 factions was nearing its end. There were no longer any threats in the city. Zi Chen left with the old man. The group of level 9 city guards also left one after another. Moshe looked at the huge commander rankings and saw that there was only one name, Zi Chen. Then, he looked around and saw the excited and nervous expressions of the cultivators. He said, it seems that the commander rankings will change every day in the future. Sken nodded and left. After the city guards left, the impatient level 8 cultivators swarmed forward and continuously injected their power into the commander rankings. One of the early level 8 cultivators was the fastest. He entered the commander rankings just by injecting a strand of power. Moreover, he was ranked 2nd. Looking at the golden name that belonged to him, this cultivator smiled proudly. Haha, I'm also an expert on the commander rankings. I'm ranked 2nd. A powerful existence second only to Zi Chen. A slap landed on this fellow's head. He staggered and immediately turned around with an angry expression on his face. However, seeing that it was a late level 8 cultivator behind him, he hurriedly smiled. Scram, a coward like you dares to say that you're second only to Sir Zi Chen. The late level 8 cultivator pushed him aside and pressed his hand on the commander rankings. In just a few breaths, the previously empty commander rankings was filled with golden names. Zi Chen followed Zong Yongxi to a restaurant. Under the nervous and excited expression of the waiter, the two were invited into a private room. After taking a seat, Zi Chen went straight to the point. What's the deal? Speaking of which, he was now a little sensitive to the word deal. Back then, when he made deals with the Bai and Su clan of the 5 great powers, he was often cheated. Don't worry. This deal will only benefit you. There's no harm in it. Zi Chen listened quietly. The Wang clan has Shu Hu, and an existence on the commander rankings like me has appeared in the alliance. I think you should understand that not all of the experts on the commander rankings have left the battlefield of despair. As long as one of these experts appears, they will undoubtedly be stronger than Shu Hu. If you rashly attack, you will pay a great price. Looking at the frowning Zi Chen, the old man said, "The deal I'm talking about is to help you restrain the other experts on the commander rankings other than Shu Hu." Zi Chen asked in a deep voice, "What price do I have to pay?" Zhong Yongxi shook his head. "You don't have to pay anything. If you feel bad, you can join the Imperial Sky Alliance." Hearing this, Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Join the alliance, work for the 5 great families, and collude with the foreign races to deal with the humans on our side. Zhong Yongxi could understand Zi Chen's extreme emotions. He smiled faintly and said, "This is only my suggestion. As for the alliance, I think you will slowly understand as we interact in the future." "I don't need to understand. Up to you. I will arrange this matter next." "I hope you won't disappoint me." The old man stood up and said, "You're just using me as a tool. If you do all this quietly, I won't know at all. Of course, I won't hold a grudge against you." "Why are you looking for me?" Zi Chen asked. "Everyone has the same goal." "What tool?" "You're treating me like an outsider. As for why I'm looking for you, first, I want to meet you as a person. Second, I don't want to cause any misunderstandings." After speaking, the old man turned and left. "Oh right, we'll help you settle the responsibility of killing the city lord." Walking out of the tavern, Zi Chen quickly sensed the location of Man Shu and the others. The 11 of them had already plundered everything in the 5 shops. Apart from the 3 women who looked happy, the others didn't look very happy. As soon as Zi Chen arrived, Man Shu complained, "Those guys are really cunning. They took almost all the good stuff. They had a backup plan." Zi Chen could understand. Even though Man Shu kept complaining, the harvest this time was still very big. At the very least, it could make up for some of the losses. As for the real big fish, it was still in the 5 great families' headquarters. Are we going to continue exploring now? Everyone was looking forward to it. After endless battles, they had faintly touched the barrier of the 9 layers. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "Let's rest for a few days and properly comprehend it. Oh right, before we leave, remember to leave a mark on the ranking of generals." Zi Chen was first on the ranking of generals. With the battle prowess of Shun Tiandao and the others, it was very easy for them to enter the top few. The group stayed in the city for a few days. During this time, the entire city was discussing that battle. This time, Zi Chen successfully became first on the ranking of generals, and even killed a city lord who was at the peak of the 9th layer. Those who had said in private that Zi Chen was just lucky could no longer be heard. Now, everyone was discussing whether Zi Chen would become the next Long Fei. Zi Chen and the others rested in the city for 5 days. During these 5 days, Zi Chen didn't rest. Instead, he constantly comprehended the power of space. With the heavenly thunder wings, Zi Chen could more easily see and feel the power of space. What followed was also very fast. Now, Zi Chen's comprehension of space was no weaker than that of a member of the soul-devouring clan. The only difference was that Zi Chen didn't have the soul-devouring clan's ability to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. However, if the extreme speed steps advanced again, it wouldn't be too difficult to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. 5 days later, the group prepared to leave. Before that, they came to the ranking of generals. 5 days ago, the scene of Zi Chen killing the city lord was still vivid in their minds. When Zi Chen came, everyone recognized him. They immediately dispersed and looked at Zi Chen in awe. The group came before the ranking of generals. Looking at this ranking that represented honor, everyone's eyes were somewhat fervent. "I'll go first." Man Shu took a step forward and came before the ranking of generals. At this moment, because of the arrival of Zi Chen and the others, everyone had completely dispersed. In an instant, Man Shu completed his transformation and punched at the ranking of generals. The entire ranking of generals shook. After that, amidst the dazzling golden light, Man Shu's name directly jumped to 2nd place, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. And the original second place had now become third place. His ranking had dropped by 1 place. As long as they were in the same realm, the ranking would not disappear. Instead, it would drop directly. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Wu Xie directly stepped forward. Man Shi looked at Wu Xie very proudly and retreated. Wu Xie's powerful attack caused his ranking to jump, but it only stopped at third place. Damn it. Wu Xie was anxious and somewhat dissatisfied. He had an immortal body, so his attack power was not very strong. He also did not use the power of his vertical pupils. In terms of strength, he was naturally weaker than Man Shi. The third to step forward was Shuntian. As expected of a titled person from Shuntian City, after his attack, his ranking directly dropped to second place. The original second place was now third place. Unlucky. Man Shi was dissatisfied. Next, Fortune Teller stepped forward. He extracted a trace of power from the Book of Destiny, and as a result, pushed Man Shi down from third place. Next was Misty Shadow. He was slightly weaker than Fortune Teller, and pushed Man Shi down from fourth place. In fact, under these circumstances, the ranking did not mean anything. For example, in a real battle, Man Shi might not be stronger than Wu Xie. Chapter 1688. The leaderboard could only sense one's strength but not one's true battle prowess. For example, when Man Shi fought against Wu Xie, the latter had the undying body and the vertical eye of death. If they really fought, Man Shi might not be a match for Wu Xie. However, on the leaderboard, Man Shi's ranking was 1 place higher than Wu Xie's. Of course, if the difference between the two's rankings was huge, then there was no comparison at all. For example, the difference in battle prowess between Long Fei and Shu, who was like heaven and earth. However, if the rankings were close to 199, then the difference in battle prowess between the two was not big. A few days ago, Zi Chen said that the Black Armor City Lord was inferior to Shu, who based on the leaderboard. At that time, the Black Armor City Lord was obviously very dissatisfied. Now, it seemed that his true battle prowess might not be weaker than Shu Hu. Golden light flashed, and amidst the exclamations, the 11 people brought by Zi Chen were all on the leaderboard. Moreover, they all occupied the top positions. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Not only was Zi Chen powerful, but the people around him were also extraordinary experts. Under the respectful gazes of the cultivators, Zi Chen and the others turned and left, heading out of the city. This time, their target was the last Imperial Sky City. That was the true headquarters of the Seven Mansion Alliance in the Imperial Sky region. It was also the foundation of the 5 forces. It could be said that there were many experts there. Is there a distribution of the items? While walking, Zi Chen asked. Wu Xie walked over and said, according to what we said earlier, half of the items will go to Old Man Shenke. As for the rest, they have all been exchanged for resources. Everyone will have a share. Wu Xie was in charge of counting the items in the team. He took out a spatial bag and handed it to Zi Chen, saying, "This is yours." Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's split it." "I don't need it." With the cauldron, Zi Chen's speed of accumulating resources was even faster than the 11 people combined. Although the plundering this time was not a small amount of resources, Zi Chen still did not care about it. Right now, only the resources in the Royal Sky City could truly move Zi Chen's heart. According to Shenke, some big transactions would be held there. There was no lack of materials for refining Emperor weapons. In his line of sight, the behemoth-like Imperial Sky City was already in sight. Wharton, who had been in a tense state all this while, finally let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Yiming glanced at Wharton and said confidently, "There's no need to be nervous. They won't dare to chase after us." Wharton glanced at Yiming and said, "You sure are confident. Back then, you said that you could fight 1 against 13. But this time, you lost 1 against 1. You were almost killed." Anger flashed across Yiming's face as he said coldly, "How can that be the same? That guy broke through the 9th level. His soul attack is very powerful. He wanted to kill me, but in the end, I managed to escape and break through. He wanted to chase after me, but when he saw that I broke through, he left dejectedly. Wharton pursed his lips, but he did not refute. Although he looked down on Yi Ming, he had to admit that Yi Ming's attainments in the soul were really strong. Shu Hu, who had remained silent with a sullen expression, said indifferently, "This time, since the two of you were able to break through, this trip was not in vain." When Yi Ming heard that, he asked in a deep voice, "Why? Didn't they agree?" "These damned things." Shu Hu's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed angrily. Back then, when he worked with the soul-devouring clan to search for the small world Zi Chen was in, Yi Ming knew the combat strength of Zi Chen and the others. He knew that none of the soul-devouring clan members who entered would survive, so he had a plan in mind. However, who knew that before they could scheme against the soul-devouring clan, their leader, Kusai, would toy with them. In the end, all 13 soul-devouring clan members died, and Kusai somehow escaped. When they heard that Kusai was still alive, the Wang family immediately arranged for Shu Hu to negotiate. Shu Hu brought Yi Ming and Wharton along as well. Shu Hu found the soul-devouring clan members and negotiated with them, but the other party kept making excuses. Both parties had a conflict, and their words were intense. In the end, nothing was negotiated. Shu Hu walked out angrily and happened to see Yi Ming, who was injured but had broken through. It turned out that he had already fought with Kusai. The soul-devouring clan went back on their word. This made Shu Hu very unhappy. However, he knew in his heart that the reason why the soul-devouring clan dared to do this was because the benefits of that small world were extremely great. It was so great that they were willing to pay the price of offending the Imperial Sky region forever. Since both parties refused to work together, the soul-devouring clan had the intention to kill. However, with Shu Hu present and Yi Ming who had broken through to level 9, they gave up eventually. However, Wharton was extremely nervous throughout the entire journey. Against humans of the same cultivation state, he wasn't afraid at all. However, against those soul-devouring clan members, he had no confidence at all. The three of them were extremely frustrated, and did not have much to talk to each other. Suddenly, they felt an oppressive aura coming from the front. The three of them raised their heads and looked ahead. That was the direction of the Imperial Sky City. Looking at everything outside the city, their faces changed immediately. There were more than 10 people standing in the skies. The person in the lead was riding on a mutated beast. That mutated beast shone with a bedazzling silver light. Every single silver light that shone out in all directions was a tiny thunderbolt. That is. Looking at that mutated beast, Wharton's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment. Dragon. That's Zi Chen's thunder dragon. However, it's just a weapon spirit. Wu Xie replied nonchalantly. He had followed Zi Chen for quite some time now. Naturally, he had seen thunder dragons before. It's really Zi Chen. Wasn't he in that small world? Why is he here? Wharton recognized Zi Chen, who was standing on the head of the thunder dragon. Shu Hu did not say a single word as he stared at the skies with a death stare. He stared at that gigantic dragon that was shining with a bedazzling silver light. His mouth was slightly agape, revealing an expression of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. In fact, there was even a red glint in his eyes as they shone with greed. His breathing became hurried, and the clarity in his bright eyes was gradually fading away. In his eyes, there was only the thunder dragon. There was nothing else. In fact, there wasn't even Zi Chen. Yi Ming sensed the abnormality beside him and turned around to look at Shu Hu. When he saw Shu Hu's expression, he was shocked. He had followed Shu Hu for quite some time now. He knew what kind of person Shu Hu was. He cared a lot about his status as a powerful being on the leaderboard. Usually, he would pay close attention to his emotions. However, he had completely lost it today. It was all because of Zi Chen. Yi Ming, of course, did not think so. No matter how much he wanted to kill Zi Chen, he would not reveal such an expression for the sake of his status. The only reason for that was the Thunder Dragon weapon. Yi Ming knew that the Thunder Dragon weapon was extraordinary. However, there was no need for him to reveal such an expression. Unless, Yi Ming's heart skipped a beat as he called out softly, "Sir." After calling out twice, Shu Hu finally snapped back to his senses. The various expressions on his face disappeared, and he returned to his cold self. His gaze was still fixed in front of him as he asked, "You said that it's not a real dragon, but a weapon spirit?" "That's right. That's the manifestation of the thunder dragon spear. The weapon spirit is a real dragon spirit," Yiming said. Shu Hu's attention was indeed on the thunder dragon. Dragon spirit. Shu Hu's eyes suddenly lit up as greed flashed in his eyes. This time, Chen took the initiative to come here. He must be up to no good. "I don't think we can take it anymore." Guessing Shu Hu's thoughts, Yiming added. A murderous intent flashed in Shu Hu's eyes. He was lucky last time. This time, he will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Hu turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Yiming smiled coldly and said, "It seems that this time, I am in the lead in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps, I can kill a few people in this battle." Looking at Yiming, who followed closely behind Shu Hu, Wharton's expression was very complicated. After a moment of hesitation, he could only follow. Outside the Imperial Sky City, a boundless dragon's might spread. A loud dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The group of guards raised their heads to look at the mighty dragon in the sky. Their faces were full of shock. Someone actually came riding on a dragon. What is that? A dragon? Oh my God, it's really a dragon. Who is he? He actually came riding on a dragon. He is Chen, the one who took first place on the general rankings and killed the city lord. Could it be that he is the one who pushed Lord Longfei down and took first place on the double rankings? The commotion outside the city attracted even more cultivators and guards. They rushed out of the city gates and looked up at this extremely shocking scene. Even though many years had passed, every time they recalled this scene, they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. That was a magnificent feat of one person taking on an entire city. In the battlefield of despair, this was definitely the first time in history. It was also on that day that Chen's name spread throughout the entire Imperial Sky City. These were all things that happened later. Today, looking at the group of people in the sky who were obviously provoking them, a guard said with a gloomy expression, "How dare you come here to provoke us? Are you bullying us because we have no one here? Just a group of 8th layer immortals. How dare you come here and cause trouble? You are courting death. You dare to provoke the dignity of the city? Kill without mercy." The group of 9th layer immortals was clearly enraged. They stared at Chen's group in the sky with murderous intent. This time, it was not about benefits. They only cared about dignity. If a group of guards allowed 12 8th layer immortals and a dragon to wreak havoc in the city, they would lose a lot of face. The Imperial Sky City would also lose a lot of face. In such a big city, there were tens of thousands of 9th layer immortals. If it could be broken through by 12 8th layer immortals, how could it still be called a city? Murderous intent surged and the crowd was agitated. Chen stood on the dragon and looked down. After feeling the murderous intent that was constantly gathering below, Chen said indifferently, "It seems that there will be a fierce battle next." Behind Chen, Mansha said coldly, "So what if it's a fierce battle? Even a battle to the death is fine." Chen shook his head and said, "The situation is different this time. They are only guards. They are only guarding this city. It does not concern any benefits. Try not to kill them. Just injure them heavily." Although the 5 great clans were very powerful, this was after all the last city of humanity. They definitely could not cover the sky with one hand. Feeling the murderous intent gathering below, Chen knew that they were real guards and real warriors. Chen, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Quickly retreat. The number of 9th layer immortals outside the city instantly exceeded 200. A late-stage 9th layer immortals leader walked out and shouted at Chen. "I must enter this city." Chen said indifferently. "Don't even think about it. Unless you step over our corpses." The leader of the guards said indifferently. The murderous intent gathered again. It was as if it had a form and swept towards Chen. Chen stood there without moving. Golden light flickered around his body. The murderous intent could not get close to him at all. As for the lightning dragon under his feet, it did not care about this bit of murderous intent. Chapter 1689. When the guards saw Shu Hu in the sky, their eyes were filled with surprise as they heaved a huge sigh of relief. They had heard about how Zi Chen overtook Long Fei in the previous city to become the number one on the general leaderboard. After that, he killed the black-armored city lord, which shocked them even more. It was said that Zi Chen only used one move to kill the city lord. How could they deal with such a powerful combat strength? If not for the fact that they had no choice, they really did not want to encounter Zi Chen. The current Zi Chen could only be dealt with by those powerhouses on the leaderboard. However, powerhouses on the leaderboard were usually elusive existences. How could it be so easy to encounter them? Being able to see a powerhouse on the leaderboard, Shu Hu, at such a time, everyone was naturally happy. Especially when Shu Hu came with killing intent. This killing intent was clearly targeted at Zi Chen. Shu Hu stopped opposite Zi Chen, blocking Zi Chen's path. The guards below cheered loudly. Shu Hu was a powerhouse on the leaderboard of the Imperial Sky region. He was also a hero of the Imperial Sky region. The foreign races had once stopped in front of him, and he led the army to take back the human cities. His prestige in the entire Imperial Sky region was very high. Sweeping his gaze across Zi Chen and landing on Lei Long, Shu Hu said indifferently, "I let you run away last time. I didn't expect that you would dare to come here again." Hearing that, everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, the rumor that Zi Chen had a conflict with Shu Hu was true. It was said that Zi Chen could enter the general leaderboard because he had a head-on confrontation with Shu Hu. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Zi Chen could kill the black-armored city lord, but could he kill Lord Shu Hu, a powerhouse on the kill leaderboard at this level? If Zi Chen killed Shu Hu, he would be the first existence in history to kill a powerhouse on the kill leaderboard. Zi Chen glanced at Shu Hu with the same gaze and said slowly, "This time, I hope you won't run away." "What did you say?" Shu Hu's aura surged as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "I hope you won't be like a stray dog in the battle later." Zi Chen's tone was still calm. "You're courting death." Shu Hu was completely enraged. The surrounding space trembled. At this moment, the brilliance flickered again. Yi Ming and Wharton appeared behind Shu Hu respectively. When they saw Wharton, the people behind Zi Chen were all stunned and puzzled. However, killing intent surged in their eyes when they saw Yi Ming. "That damnable thing still dares to appear here." Man Sha gritted his teeth and said. Yi Ming also saw the group of people. There was arrogance and pride on his face. "You guys really didn't break through. You haven't broken through, yet you dare to come here and behave atrociously? Should I praise you for your ignorance or for your courage? Realms don't represent everything. Yi Ming, since you're here today, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Wu Xie replied coldly. Yi Ming smirked in mockery as killing intent filled his face. "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Yi Ming was already very excited about breaking through to the 9th rank and becoming a true powerhouse in the battlefield of despair. He did not expect to see Zi Chen and the others here, and they were all at the 8th level. This made Yi Ming feel even more proud and satisfied. This was a suppression in terms of cultivation level. He had the confidence to deal with any one of them. Of course, Zi Chen was an exception, because he was Shu Hu's. Compared to Yi Ming's pride and arrogance, Wharton was much too quiet. He did not say a word after he appeared, remaining silent the entire time. After seeing Wharton, Zi Chen's expression was as complicated as the others. The first time he saw Wharton, it was outside Sevenfold City. When he had just entered this place, Wharton was the one with the highest chance of entering the leaderboard. It was like a newcomer meeting a famous powerhouse. At that time, Wharton had saved him. After that, the Dax tribe attacked. The two met outside the forest and fought side by side, becoming friends in battle. After taking back the city, Shu Hu was full of enmity towards Zi Chen, who had contributed greatly. Under such circumstances, Wharton chose to avoid him. On one side was a powerhouse on the leaderboard, and on the other side was Zi Chen, who had some potential. Under such circumstances, choosing to avoid him was the best choice for Wharton. He did not hold a grudge. After that, the two of them did not meet again. It was only when the soul-devouring race attacked that small world that he saw Wharton and Yiming again. If that was just a coincidence, then now that the two of them had appeared again and stood behind Shu Hu, it was an ironclad fact. Wharton chose to follow Shu Hu. Apart from feeling complicated, Zi Chen also felt a trace of disappointment. After following Shu Hu, he obviously knew about and even participated in Shu Hu's shady business. Wharton had already lost his conscience by colluding with the foreign races. Wharton seemed to have guessed Zi Chen's current feelings. He smiled faintly and replied, "Everyone should have goals in life." Zi Chen said, "It's not wrong to have goals, but you should also have principles." Wharton said, "Yes, you should have principles. However, when making a choice, principles are often not the most important thing." Zi Chen understood what Wharton meant. In the current world, for many people, their first choice would be benefits. For Wharton to be able to break through to the 9th level in just a few years, this had a lot to do with Shu Hu, or rather, it had a lot to do with the Wang family. This was the benefit that the Wang family or Shu Hu offered. As long as Wharton agreed, he would completely join them. Not to mention Wharton, most people would have made such a choice. The original Wharton should have been filled with righteousness, with a heart that pursued the strong. However, in the process of becoming strong, he chose a shortcut. This shortcut allowed him to break through quickly, but the premise was that he gave up everything. Zi Chen was a little disappointed in Wharton, but that was his choice. Zi Chen had no right to interfere. As for Yiming, Zi Chen did not even bother to look at him. The little bit of friendship between the two had already dissipated after threatening to guard the tomb. When they met again, they could only be enemies. Zi Chen and Wharton talked. Shu Hu's eyes were fixed on Lei Long, but his face was getting darker and darker. This was because someone from the Wang family had already told Shu Hu everything that had happened during this period. Ranked first on the general ranking, summoned the heavenly thunder wings, mastered teleportation, and killed the Black Armor City Lord with one strike. As his face became darker and darker, Shu Hu also frowned. When he was hired by the Wang family, he had some understanding of Zi Chen. Now that he heard that Zi Chen killed the Black Armor City Lord with one strike, he knew very well what Zi Chen was relying on. The Star Illusion Dragon Thrust. He did not expect this weapon used by a Starry Sky Supreme Sage to have such an extraordinary skill. His expression became more and more serious. However, this did not mean that he did not have a way to deal with Zi Chen. "How dare you come here and cause trouble? Die." After understanding the cause and effect, Shu Hu did not waste any more time. He just said this sentence and directly attacked. He clenched his fist and punched at Zi Chen. The fist was dazzling and bright, tearing through space. Knowing Zi Chen's attacking methods, Shu Hu did not want to give Zi Chen any chance. He punched with all his strength. Seeing Shu Hu attack, the crowd burst into cheers. Gold and silver light shone around Zi Chen's body. The two types of energy appeared in a balanced state. He swung his fist to meet the attack. Yin and yang lightning circled around the fist. Boom! The two fists collided. There was an explosion in the sky. The void suddenly trembled, and a violent energy ripple spread out. Manshur and the others retreated again and again. The aftermath of the energy caused their expressions to change instantly. Shu Hu was indeed an expert on the general ranking. This attack was too powerful. As they flew back, Zi Chen also kept retreating. The spreading ripples were in front of him and followed him forward. And in the midst of the ripples, Shu Hu's body shone. He followed closely and accumulated power again. Zi Chen, who was retreating, exploded with a dazzling silver light. Amidst the exclamations, he summoned the heavenly thunder wings. So, his speed became even faster. In an instant, the distance between the two of them increased. A sheathed long saber appeared in Zi Chen's hand. He instantly drew it. 8 fused saber lights appeared in a row. Like an open fan, they emitted a bright light and slashed at the violent energy ripples. Peng! Peng! The sound of explosions continued. Saber lights shattered one after another, and an even stronger force surged out. After the 8 explosions in the sky, Shu Hu turned into a beam of light and rushed out. He punched at Zi Chen's face. This punch was strong and ruthless. Zi Chen's expression changed. He raised his hand to block the attack. Yin and yang energy flowed out of his palm, forming layers of defense. Swoosh! This punch hit the palm print. However, there was no explosion of energy like before. On the palm print, the yin and yang energy kept rotating in a balanced manner. In the process of rotation, it dissolved the powerful force of the punch. Shu Hu had a cold expression on his face. With a loud shout, he channeled even more power into his fist light. Then, he shouted, "Explode!" The word explode resounded through the sky. The fist light exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying energy swept out. Zi Chen's body was sent flying by the impact of the energy. The yin and yang defense around him was also constantly dissipating. Shu Hu knew that he could not give Zi Chen any chance in a battle like this. Once his opponent took out the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, endless trouble would await Shu Hu. Therefore, when Zi Chen was sent flying, he charged forward again and unleashed another powerful attack. Explosions constantly sounded in the sky. Shu Hu and Zi Chen turned into streaks of light and clashed. However, no matter how one looked at it, Shu Hu had the upper hand. This was because Zi Chen was constantly retreating. Man Shu and the others watched quietly. They did not show any worry because of Zi Chen's retreat. Shu Hu became more and more courageous as he fought. He constantly shouted and attacked with full force. Cheers could be heard from below. They were all cheering for Shu Hu. As expected, the first on the ranking of generals was too far away from the ranking of commanders. Sensing Shu Hu's increasingly fierce and violent attacks, Zi Chen smiled. Blood flowed from his mouth. The experts on the ranking of commanders were indeed powerful. However, this was the end. After sensing Shu Hu's strength, he decided not to hold back. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of meters away. Shu Hu coldly glanced at him and charged toward Zi Chen. The killing intent around him did not diminish. However, when he was halfway there, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The thought of turning around and fleeing rose in his heart. This book came from the web. Read the original content first. Chapter 1690. As the two experts clashed, the violent energy surged and churned in the sky like leaden clouds, bringing with it a heavy pressure that made one's heart feel stuffy. Since the beginning, Shu Hu had been attacking like a madman. Zi Chen could only retreat, retreating again and again. Because of the huge gap between their realms, Zi Chen was ultimately no match for Shu Hu. He summoned the heavenly thunder wings and used teleportation to increase the distance between them. Zi Chen, who had retreated far away, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with an expressionless face. Seeing that Zi Chen was injured, the nervous guards below finally heaved a sigh of relief. In a short exchange, Zi Chen was injured. Clearly, he was no match for Lord Shu Hu. The outcome was decided in a few short moves. This time, Zi Chen would ultimately be stopped outside the city because of Shu Hu. Zi Chen couldn't enter the city, and the guard's dignity was preserved. Next, Shu Hu would become the hero of the entire Royal Sky region. Just as everyone was wondering if Zi Chen would wisely escape with his subordinates at this moment, Shu Hu didn't give Zi Chen the chance. He actually rushed forward with surging killing intent. Shu Hu's attitude was strange and puzzling. The potential Zi Chen displayed was extremely great. In the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Royal Sky region. Although it was wrong to enter the city rashly, that was only because of personal reasons. The current Zi Chen was still on the side of the humans and belonged to the Royal Sky region. Killing such an existence was simply a huge loss to the Royal Sky region. This was like killing Long Fei before he could mature. In the future, there wouldn't be a Long Fei who could intimidate the other races and regions. Some of the insiders were excited and expectant when they saw this scene. Because of their positions, Shu Hu and Zi Chen had long been at odds with each other, to the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, the talent that Zi Chen had displayed was truly terrifying. Now, whenever people talked about Zi Chen, they would compare him to Shu Hu. Now that the 5 great families were at odds with Zi Chen, they naturally wouldn't let him grow. That was because back then, He had single-handedly suppressed the 4 great families. In the eyes of these great families, Zichen could not be allowed to grow. Therefore, Shu Hu had to kill him. Under the confused, excited, and expectant gazes of the crowd, Shu Hu rushed towards Zichen. However, a shocking scene happened in the next moment. Shu Hu, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. Because he stopped too suddenly, his body became unstable. He staggered in the air and almost fell. Shu Hu's abnormal actions caused everyone to be moved. He looked ahead at Zichen and saw the power of laws surging around Zichen. This power of laws caused the space to distort, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to riot. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, everyone's expression changed. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Other than Zichen's group, all of the cultivators present were at the 9th level. Naturally, they understood what this meant. After all, everyone had experienced it before. This meant that an 8th level had broken through to the 9th level. To think that Zichen would break through to the 9th level at such a moment. Shu Hu stopped in his tracks. Looking at Zichen, who was smiling mockingly, his face turned ugly. Others would rely on luck to break through. But looking at Zichen's expression, it was clear that he could control the timing of his breakthrough. If he were to break through at such a moment, the power of laws would surge around him. He did not dare to go forward. But if Zichen were to break through to the 9th level, even Shu Hu, who was a powerful being on the ranking board, would not have the confidence to fight against Zichen. If not for the fact that there were so many cultivators watching from below, Shu Hu would definitely turn around and run for his face. He could face Zichen, who was at the peak of the 8th level. But he had no confidence in Zichen, who was only at the 9th level. Damn it! How could this be? Yi Ming cursed angrily, his face gloomy. Once Zichen broke through, he would be invincible among those of the same level. Who could beat him? Wharton, who knew Zichen's strength very well, also smiled bitterly. This time, we're in big trouble. After breaking through to the 9th level, Zichen's combat strength would be unimaginable. They were indeed in big trouble. He broke through, Zichen actually broke through. He could kill the city lord when he was at the peak of the 8th level. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, can Lord Shu Hu deal with him? He definitely can. Lord Shu Hu is a powerhouse on the ranking board and is at the peak of the 9th level. How can he not deal with a 9th level Zichen? Voices came from below one after another. However, the crowd, who was originally full of confidence, lost their confidence because of Zichen's breakthrough. Seeing the power of laws surging around Zichen, Manshur and the others were stunned at first, then a smile appeared on their faces. Wu Xie glanced at Yi Ming and said calmly, "Now, there's a good show to watch." Breaking through the 9th level of the 8th level required a lot of energy. The energy contained in the heaven and earth could not supply Zichen at all. Zichen waved his hand, and a large number of spirit crystals appeared and scattered around his body. These were all high-quality spirit crystals. Even in the entire Imperial Sky region, they could be considered top-grade. Of course, these were made by the Tombkeeper, and dragon blood was added to them, so the quality was even higher. As soon as they appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. Clearly, everyone was knowledgeable and could see that the spirit crystals were extraordinary. Are these all top-grade spirit crystals? Yes, they must be. Oh my god, so many top-grade spirit crystals in one go. Just as the cheers were about to erupt, the spirit crystals that were scattered around exploded one after another. The huge amount of spirit chi contained within turned into a storm, and Zichen was at the center of the storm, constantly devouring this energy. In the blink of an eye, the storm's energy was completely devoured by Zichen. However, feeling the feedback from his body, Zichen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Next, he waved his hand again. This time, other than the top-grade spirit crystals, there were also pieces of dragon crystals that contained surging energy. On each dragon crystal, there was an image of a dragon. Under the flickering light of the dragon crystals, these images of dragons were like living creatures. Those are dragon crystals. Feeling the dragon might released from the dragon crystals, 9 people spoke. Yes, they are dragon crystals. However, It is said that they are dragon crystals from a type of western giant dragon, someone in the know answered. The western giant dragon in the Tombkeeper's world had brought a great change to the entire Imperial Sky region. Most of the giant dragon crystals were supplied to the level 9 experts here, and some were even transported back to the Jianwu continent. Among the crowd, there were people who had dragon weapons, so they had some understanding of the western giant dragon. However, the value of each dragon crystal far exceeded that of a top-grade spirit crystal. However, Zichen took out close to 100 of them at once. Such generosity was naturally shocking. No wonder the soul-devouring clan would rather fall out with us than give us the coordinates. Seeing so many dragon crystals, Shu Hu finally understood the true value of that small world. He was shocked. An even more violent energy entered Zichen's body. The aura around Zichen began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of level 8 and entered the true level 9. At level 9, Zichen's body flashed with dazzling golden light. At the same time, there was also silver lightning as a foil. He looked like a thunder war god. His originally calm eyes had a trace of heart-palpitating indifference because of the surge of energy after the breakthrough. He had broken through. He had broken through just like that. Many people found it hard to believe. One must know that when they broke through, they had paid a great price and spent a lot of time. However, Zichen, who had a lot of resources, had completely broken through in less than 15 minutes. Judging from the powerful energy released from his body, he had already stabilized this realm. For a moment, everyone's expression became very complicated. Zichen did not have time to care about their complicated feelings. He looked at Shu Hu and said coldly, "I said, you won't be able to leave today." Shu Hu said with a gloomy face, "You're only at the early stage of level 9. We'll see who lives and who dies in this battle." "Die!" Shu Hu roared. A ball of light appeared in front of him. Then, the ball of light became brighter and bigger. A violent aura was released from the ball of light. This was one of Shu Hu's strongest attacks. When Zichen first entered the general ranking, he had experienced this move. At that time, Zichen was seriously injured and took half a year to recover. However, this time, after breaking through to level 9, he saw the same move again. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. After such a long time, Shu Hu was still in the same place, while he had broken through again and again. Zichen did not immediately attack. He was waiting for Shu Hu to accumulate energy, waiting for Shu Hu to use his strongest attack. He wanted to defeat Shu Hu when he was at his strongest. He wanted to defeat him. The ball of light became brighter and was filled with violent energy. This energy caused the space around Shu Hu to constantly distort. A terrifying aura swept through the world. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the cultivators below changed drastically. They kept retreating towards the city gate. As expected of an expert on the general ranking. He has some tricks up his sleeve. Someone behind Zichen commented. "Die." Shu Hu's spiritual thoughts released the ball of light in front of him. With a powerful, terrifying, and destructive aura, the ball of light flew towards Zichen. In the ball of light, terrifying energy was constantly released. Wherever it passed, it met with the power of space, producing a sizzling sound. In the eyes of everyone, this was an extremely powerful attack. After seeing this, Zichen smiled disdainfully. His body shone again. Dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Golden Xingchen beads appeared on Zichen's chest one after another. There were 9 golden Xingchen beads. 8 of them had golden marks in them, which represented the limit. The last one only had a shallow mark. After the 9 Xingchen beads appeared, they were connected together like a bead. 9 Xing beads. The peak state of the Thunder King physique. An extremely powerful force rushed out of Zichen's body and into his right hand. Feeling this force, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out amidst the golden light. The golden light of the fist cut through the sky and hit the incoming ball of light. The two violent energies collided. Without waiting for Shu Hu's spiritual thoughts, the ball of light exploded. The explosion of energy produced a terrifying wave that spread in all directions. Zichen stood motionless in the same place, letting the energy blow his robe. His expression was indifferent. When he looked at Shu Hu again, he was shocked and kept retreating. Just as Zi Chen said, after breaking through, the two of them were no longer on the same level. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 1691. Giving someone the middle finger was an act of disdain, provocation, contempt, and cursing. At this moment, Zi Chen gave Shu Hu the middle finger. Everyone looked at the sky in shock, at Zi Chen, and then at Shu Hu, who was retreating. One move. In just one move, Shu Hu was defeated and retreated, his face full of shock. Although some people had expected that Zi Chen would be stronger after the breakthrough, and that Shu Hu might not be a match for him. However, no one expected Zi Chen to be so powerful. He was so powerful that he defeated Lord Shu Hu, the most powerful person in 1,000 years, with just one move. Under the disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Zi Chen gave Shu Hu the middle finger. In their eyes, this was a provocation, and also Zi Chen was expressing his disdain. He could completely look down on Shu Hu by defeating the enemy in one move. In the face of this humiliating action, the anger on Shu Hu's face intensified. Man Shi and the others did not think that Zi Chen's finger was just to humiliate Shu Hu, because Zi Chen was not that bored. Moreover, Shu Hu, who was defeated in one move, did not need to be humiliated at all. Sure enough, Zi Chen's finger just now was not a boring action, but a real battle skill. Thunder King Finger. A king-level battle skill taught by the Thunder Sacred Beast. The sky trembled, and a fingerprint emitting the light of thunder descended from the sky, heading straight for Shu Hu. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept through the world, and the huge fingerprint pressed down like a mountain, causing the expressions of the cultivators at the city gate to change. Facing this finger, they felt as if they were facing the power of heaven. It was too terrifying. However, this finger was not targeted at them, but at Shu Hu in the sky. Even though they were so far away, the aftermath of the fingerprint made their expressions change. What could Shu Hu, the target of the fingerprint, do in the face of this attack? The anger on Shu Hu's face turned into horror again. The fingerprint that descended from the sky had completely locked onto his aura, and a huge spatial pressure appeared, causing Shu Hu to be unable to mobilize the power of space around him. At this moment, facing the fingerprint, he only had one choice, and that was to resist. He couldn't even escape. Drink! Unable to retreat, Shu Hu roared into the sky, and his armor burst out with a dazzling light. He clenched his fists and blocked the attack. As his arms collided, the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and a defensive light shield appeared. Ever since he became a powerhouse on the list, Shu Hu couldn't remember how long it had been since he used this all-out defensive move. But now, facing Zi Chen, who had just entered the 9th stage, he actually had to defend with all his might. Sure enough, the younger generation was better than the older generation. He was the first in 1,000 years, but he was overshadowed by Zi Chen, who had the potential to be on par with Long Fei. Before Marquis Shu could feel any more emotions, the finger seal fell and then exploded. Tens of thousands of thunderous booms instantly rang out in the world. The thunderous power from the exploded fingerprints landed on Shu Hu's defense like a huge wave. Bang! Shu Hu only managed to hold on for a breath before the defense around his body shattered. Then, the power of lightning drowned Shu Hu. A ball of lightning fell from the sky like a meteor, accompanied by Shu Hu's terrified screams. The thunderous light landed heavily on the ground, and the earth shook violently, sending smoke and dust everywhere. A huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the center of the pit, Shu Hu lay there, his body covered with wounds caused by the power of lightning. His eyes were filled with horror. Just as his body moved, there were cracking sounds. The cracks on his armor began to spread, and finally, it exploded with a loud bang. How could this be? Looking at Shu Hu's appearance, everyone was dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Shu Hu, who was known as the most powerful person in 1,000 years, was defeated just like that, and so thoroughly. Although Shu Hu was not dead yet, he had almost no strength to fight anymore. Zi Chen's attack was too powerful. Zi Chen stood in the air, looking down at Shu Hu with an indifferent expression. This scene was similar to when Shu Hu looked at him when he broke into the city. However, there was no hostility in Zichen's eyes, only murderous intent. He didn't like killing, but when it was time to kill, he would never hesitate. Shu Hu in front of him was someone he must kill. He took a step forward, and in a flash, he was above the deep pit. He looked down at Shu Hu and said, "Do you have any last words?" Shu Hu smiled miserably as he looked at Zichen with eyes full of resentment. "Zichen, although you've won today, don't be too proud. You've provoked an existence that you shouldn't have provoked. Sooner or later, you'll die." Zichen said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that. In short, the grudge between you and me is that I'm standing, and you're lying down. Next, I will live, and you will die." Shu Hu only stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen looked at Shu Hu and said, "As an expert on the ranking, you have a great reputation in the Royal Sky region. Everyone is looking at you like they are looking at a god. Just a moment ago, everyone was filled with anticipation for you, cheering because of your victory. But now, you are no match for them, and you are about to die, but no one is standing up for you. As for the Wang family you are loyal to, no one is coming either. Maybe after you die, the Wang family will come to negotiate with me and push all the blame on you." The expression on Shu Hu's cold face changed. Zichen said mockingly, "In the eyes of the Wang family, you are just a dog. No one will care about a dog." Shu Hu started to vomit blood. It was unknown whether it was from anger or not. "All right, it's time to end this." Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he was ready to kill. At this moment, the city in front of them suddenly trembled, and golden light appeared in the city. Soon, the golden light filled the entire city. That is, seeing the golden light filling the entire city, everyone's expression changed. They had a vague guess in their hearts. The ranking has changed. There is a change in the martial ranking. Lord Shu, whose name is lit up. Soon, loud shouts rang out from within the city. When the people outside the city heard this, they fell silent. Shu Hu was defeated, and Zichen had broken through to the 9th level. Now that the ranking was changed, it naturally meant that Shu Hu had failed, and Zichen had entered the ranking. Now, Zichen had replaced Shu Hu, and became the true expert on the ranking. For a moment, everyone looked at Zichen with complicated gazes. Zichen lowered his head and looked at Shu Hu, saying, "Did you hear that? Your name has been removed from the ranking." Shu Hu's resentful gaze gradually turned into hatred. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something vicious, but in the next moment, he coughed violently. Shu Hu coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and in the end, he couldn't catch his breath. His head tilted, and he died. Zichen looked at Shu Hu in shock. He dared to guarantee that Shu Hu was not killed, but angered to death. So he is so narrow-minded. Zichen murmured. He then raised his head and looked ahead. There were many guards there, as well as a lot of 9th heavenly layer cultivators. But when they met Zichen's gaze, they all looked away, not daring to look at him. Those guards who were surging with murderous intent seemed to have suffered a huge blow because of Shu Hu's death, and their murderous intent disappeared. Zichen stepped in the air and walked forward. The group of cultivators subconsciously retreated, while the guards' expressions changed, and they all looked at the leaders. The leaders' expressions were ugly, and their gazes were constantly changing. It was obvious that they were in a dilemma. Suddenly, Zichen, who was walking forward, stopped, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He turned around and glanced indifferently at Shu Hu's corpse. A golden bolt of lightning appeared between his brows and went straight for Shu Hu. He didn't even let the corpse go. How much hatred did they have? The golden bolt of lightning swept towards Shu Hu, followed by a shrill scream. Hearing this scream, everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen, on the other hand, smiled mockingly. A powerhouse who is only second to the emperor stage can be angered to death like this. No one was not afraid of death, and Shu Hu was the same. He knew that he was no match for Zichen, but he chose to use this method to survive. It was a pity that Zichen noticed it. After killing Shu Hu completely, a light flashed behind him. Wu Xie went forward to clean up the battlefield. Zichen, on the other hand, looked up at the sky. There were 2 people standing there, but now they were gone. Zichen did not have the mood to care about where Yi Ming and Wharton went. He headed in the direction of the city. Everyone, a leader suddenly raised his hand and shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, a powerful aura rushed out from Zichen's body. This aura went straight for the leader, causing him to stop what he was about to say. Roar! A loud dragon's roar was heard. The thunder dragon flew over from behind, and endless dragon's might spread. Feeling this vast and suffocating dragon's might, many people felt their legs go weak, and they could not even stand properly. Few people could resist the dragon's might. Zichen strode forward. Swoosh! However, there was also a powerhouse among the guards. He broke free from the dragon's might and rushed towards Zichen, shouting at the same time, "You are not allowed to enter the city." But as soon as he finished speaking, Zichen used 2 fingers to form a sword and slashed forward. A golden sword aura cut open the guard's body, separating his body and armor. A powerhouse in the middle of the 9th tier died. Zichen stepped forward again. His pace was neither fast nor slow. The second person broke free from the dragon's might and attacked Zichen from afar. Zichen slashed again, and the golden sword aura moved forward, easily destroying this attack. At the same time, it fell on the other person, breaking his defense and killing him. Another attack, and another person died. The cultivators' and guards' faces were full of shock and fear. At this moment, Zichen was really too terrifying. Zichen's expression was calm as he slowly stepped forward. A leader whose expression changed finally made up his mind. He shouted, "Protect the city." With a loud shout, he rushed towards Zichen. However, before he could reach Zichen, a golden light flashed, and this late-stage 9th tier powerhouse was split into 2. In the sky, the dragon's might dissipated. More people could not hold on and directly fell to the ground. And below, step by step, they walked towards the city. It was now very clear that all those who tried to stop Zichen would not be able to make a second move, unless they were existences like Shu Hu. However, there were still people who rushed out, fearless. However, no one knew what the real purpose of these people was. As another leader died, an indifferent voice finally sounded, "That's enough." The space shook slightly, and a figure appeared out of thin air.